It is 6:07 p.m. on Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023. We want to welcome everyone out to the work session here on our park impact fee. So at this time, we will go ahead and we'll have a presentation by Lewis, Young, and Roberts and Birmingham, or is staff going to do a presentation first? Fred, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and come up and introduce yourself, and we'll kind of get right into it.
Yes. My name is Fred Philpott. I'm with Lewis, Young, Robertson, and Birmingham, and we prepared a park impact fee amendment. I'll go through what that means, the timeline, and where we go from here, as well as some of the findings from that amendment. You want to?
While you're doing that, I want to, at this current time, we only have 4 city council members. Councilmember Tim Ball is not present. I have heard from him. He is coming up out of another business meeting and will be here shortly. So we'll see when he joins.
Okay. So as a reminder, the Impact Fee Act requires that we conduct an impact fee facilities plan and an impact fee analysis if your population is greater than 5,000. That's the requirement for the impact fee facilities plan. All entities are required to go through the proportionate share analysis and adopt an impact fee ordinance or resolution. The purpose of the Impact Fee Act and these documents is to ensure that there is a fair consideration regarding system improvements and development activity, and ensuring that development activity pays a proportionate fee relative to their impact on the system. On the next slide, here's a timeline of what's happened thus far. Yeah.
We think something's wrong underneath where Fred is. I've just printed things I can hand out to you, or do you want? Thanks, John.
My presence is breaking things. I couldn't get the remote control to work, and now I apparently broke your computer. I knew I shouldn't have worn the flying shirt. It's too loose, you know. It's looking outside. The computer can't handle it.
It says there's no signal or source. It says PC, it's HDMI 1. Oh, something just happened. There it is. Okay.
Power is off.
Okay. After a short recess, we all come back.
Yes, alrighty, sorry. So with regards to the timeline, it was fairly recently that we actually went through an update for the park impact fee and other fees related to Highland City's impact fee schedule. In that previous study, which was completed and adopted in March of 2022, our analysis focused on a buy-in component relative to the debt associated with park infrastructure. We were then approached by staff as we looked at the impact fee collections relative to that buy-in component and how much revenues you had on hand. We felt it appropriate to amend the impact fees to now shift to a level of investment approach, which is much more common across the state with regards to the park impact fee calculation. And I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail in the next slides. But that represents the primary shift in this amendment, is shifting that methodology to that level of investment approach. That is the primary amendment to this that we're presenting tonight. Despite this being an amendment, what we classify as an amendment to the study, we still have to go through the same process relative to any impact fee change or adoption. You have to go through a notice of intent. You have to complete the documents and certification. We present those findings to staff and review that information. We can present that to home builders or other stakeholders. That's not a requirement, however. Then we do this type of meeting, a work session, to review the findings, and then you go through the public hearing process and the associated noticing required for the public hearing. If there is a change recommended through an amendment, then that also requires a 90-day wait period before that can become effective. And that's 90 days after the approval date. And if that's done at the public hearing, then you would have 90 days from that date. Yeah.
So did you do the presentation discussion with the stakeholders? Okay.
No, not as part of an amendment where we didn't see a huge change in the fee structure or the proposed fee schedule itself. We haven't done that. The public hearing also serves as a way to present that to stakeholders, so they have the opportunity to come and ask questions as part of that public hearing.
So you just mentioned you've done your study and you're not recommending any fee changes at all? Did I understand that?
It's a smaller fee change. So it does, I'll show you the percentage change, but we weren't talking about double-digit changes. So it's more of a methodology change as we shift on how we're looking at the impact fee. So specific to this amendment, what we did is we looked at revising the demand assumption, so we just brought that current to what we have based on 2023 estimates and projected that 10 years into the future. We refreshed the existing facilities inventory and reviewed that with staff, and there were some changes made as we fine-tuned that analysis. We also looked at not only acreages, but the amenities on the park facilities, so just cleaned all of that up. We established the level of investment, and what that represents is most impact fees are governed by the infrastructure that is required. So if you take a water system, for example, there is typically a specified set of improvements that are necessary to meet the level of service. And those are pretty well defined as you look at source, storage, and distribution improvements. Parks and recreation facilities are somewhat unique in that preference influences the nature of amenities. So while we say, yes, we need to expand our park infrastructure and maintain a level of service, the amenities that we put on the acreage can vary from park to park, and from year to year, depending on community preference. As a result of that, this concept of level of investment was devised to help create some flexibility for the park impact fee while establishing a level of service that can be measured. How we do that is we look at all of your inventory of assets. We create a value analysis for those assets, and that includes the land and amenities on all of your park space. We look at the funding sources associated with those park facilities and determine if there are any outside funding sources. We'll remove that from the equation, and we come up with a value per capita. And that value per capita becomes our level of investment, and we require then through the impact fees new development to maintain that same level of investment per capita into the future. As a result of that approach, we've now removed the buy-in calculation and shifted to the level of investment approach, which now allows you to focus on the construction of future facilities and expanding your park infrastructure. As a result of that shift, we then recalculated the fee to determine the impact of that shift in methodology, which is shown on this slide. So here, these are the revised tables. So as an amendment, we didn't go back and revise the complete document. We looked at specific tables and amended those tables based on the information that we've refreshed. The main tables that I've copied here are the tables that show the level of investment and the calculated fee. So the level of investment produces a value per capita of $1,486. Using your persons per household for single family and multifamily, we produce the proposed fee per household of $6,301 and $4,904 respectively, which represents an 8% change on single family and a 2% change on multifamily. In context, when we look at inflation over the last couple of years, that 8% is close to what construction inflation is looking like on a year-to-year basis. Long-term inflation is obviously lower than that, but over the last couple of years, we've seen higher inflationary figures than that. The 2% is much lower than what we're seeing. Some of that has to do, again, as we tie the level of investment, that value per capita, to your refreshed persons per household numbers. Some of those have shifted a little bit as we've updated based on census data.
Do you mind if I ask you a question here?
Yeah.
Fred? So as you're talking, when you went and looked at analysis, that the park costs have only went up about 8% over the last couple of years, but we're in the middle, from what we thought we would be building, let's say, in 2019 at 5.8 for Mountain Ridge Park to now over 9 million. That's a heck of a lot more than an 8%
Yes,
increase.
yeah, on an individual basis, inflation affects entities differently. That was just more a comparative purpose. That's not the cause of this 8% change. So the real cause of this is the methodology change. So that's resulting in the shift in the calculated impact fee as we went from primarily a buy-in of debt and interest associated with that debt to now valuing your assets and your land. That's causing this 8% and 2% shift. Just comparing it to inflation, it's not outside the kind of the bands of what we're seeing generally speaking as we look at an annual change in inflationary pressure. So just more for comparison purposes. So that would be the recommended fee as part of this amendment. We have prepared a supplemental document that serves as an amendment to the original IFFP and IFA. How that works is really that amendment is attached to that previous document. So again, we're not replacing the prior impact fee study. We're just amending certain tables, and it would be attached to that. But the next steps, as we look at where we go from here, it's a similar process. We prepare for public hearing, go through the noticing requirements. You then adopt, modify, or reject the proposed amendment. If you adopt it as presented, because we're showing an increase for both single-family and multifamily, then there would be a 90-day wait period before those would become effective. So any other questions for me on details, the process, outcomes?
I mean, it appears it's really just a methodology. We were doing a buy-in previously, and now we're doing level of investment. I mean, that's just, and that's what's kind of changed, but that also helps us. One was a buy-in. Hey, we have a bond. We're paying off all this ground. Hey, we've got amenities we're putting, or a level of service we're doing, and so it's changing from that, from there over toward the level of service.
Correct.
Which helps us as a city then say, okay, now as we look at the money that's in the park impact fee, how we could use it other than just for bond, in a sense.
I think I understand. So what we're saying is that we can use part of it instead of just paying off the bonds or building a new park with it if we have the bonds paid off. Now we can do some improvements to the parks with this.
What I would caution is the fund balance is being utilized to pay off the debt, right? Conceptually. In reality, you may borrow from that pot, right, and say, hey, let's build some infrastructure and then let the future collections pay that borrowing, that internal borrowing mechanism. So we have to remember that bond still needs to be paid off, and we can't then turn around in the future and somehow revise this to make new development pay both of those elements there. But yes, that's the idea, is creating some flexibility that we can use funds to expand your infrastructure as we move forward.
So, these are kind of off-the-wall questions as we go through this. So, we've got 4 more years to pay off this bond. I think it's 2027. Is that right, Tyler? So we know how much we're going to have to pay on these bonds, right? Is there a way just to put that money aside, and then anything else we get beyond that, if there is any, that can go into other improvements, or what would you recommend? You would do it on a yearly basis? How would you do it?
Well, the funds exist currently to
Pay it
defease
off
the
if we could.
bonds, right?
Yeah.
And essentially pay them off if we wanted to. However, there would be cost and there wouldn't be any benefit to the city of doing that. So what Fred's describing here allows us to make use of the funds, provided that we, as he said, pay it back into the debt service here before those bonds become due. would be the final point.
So can you have a reserve then that will cover most of that, or are you going to be spending and hoping to recover it every year? So I think that's the caution I'm hearing from him, because you got to be careful that you don't spend it and then not have it to cover.
Right.
Yeah, the caution also relates to policy decision, right, of overcommitting funds and spending beyond the means for which we have as we look at existing fund balances and future collections. One way to balance that, as you talk about a reserve, is ensuring that there's enough to pay an annual debt service payment and let future collections maybe pay that back. But you can decide, right, of what's appropriate to spend or borrow from the impact fee
So I guess, so let's assume we have 4 years.
Yeah.
And we're just going to say, we're going to use, we have the bond to pay off is $2 million. But we look right now, we have funds to be able to pay at least $1 million still going forward. We can look and say, okay, as we look at our bonds and what our historical permits of what we've generated in here in the park impact fee, as a council, we can say, okay, we have seen that we've had 100 building permits, but we're only going to say we're going to get 50 to be a little more conservative. Take that and say, okay, we're going to say we could possibly use that to also use for improvements, this level of improvement.
Yeah, and it's difficult because your annual collections and impact fees may not be sufficient to expand your park facilities. So again, those are the policy decisions that you can work through, and that's the objective of this analysis, is to allow that so that you can look at a new IFFP and IFA that is focused on expanding your infrastructure. Now you have the ability to do that, to look at those policy decisions and determine how do we spend our existing impact fee fund balances, recognizing that we need to pay off the debt service with that fund balance, or for example, if, let's say in the unlikely scenario, you spend the $3 million you have in your fund balance, and then you start committing your future impact fee revenues to expand your infrastructure even further. So now you've diverted all of your resources to expand your infrastructure. Well, that debt is still due. It has to come from somewhere, right? And that's likely going to be the general fund that will have to now come in and help pay that. So those are the types of things that you have to keep in mind as we move forward, is how do we balance both obligations of expanding your infrastructure while paying off your debt, which we're assuming now is covered, right? It's no longer calculated.
So that's not good. I guess we owe $2 million. Okay, if we could pay the bond off today, it's $2 million. But if we have $2 million sitting in our park impact fee, we're going to hold it. We've got 4 years to pay for that. Are we safe? I mean, then we have to make a policy decision. Are we safe to borrow $1 million out of that, and assuming we're going to get $250,000 each year over the next 4 years to recoup that $1 million you took out? I mean, that's what you're saying. That's the policy
That's
decision.
one way to
Make
look
sure
at it, yep.
that on September of 2027, we have that money to make that last bond payment, which, is that a balloon? Is that a balloon payment also?
It is. So our payments are approximately $475,000, give or take, each year until that balloon in September of 2027 would be $965.
It's almost double. So we just got to make sure we calculate, and if we lose any, that we're very, very conservative.
We need to have a good cushion.
Yes, very conservative. I don't want to get down there and have a problem. Yep. Thank you. Any other questions for Brad? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, if it's okay, council, we do have some items on our agenda, and I'm just going to ask Rob to make sure we are okay. We have some discussion items that are like more of a communication item. Would you give us, are we okay moving to item number 14? Now we have it on our agenda underneath starting at 7 p.m., but because these are communication items, can we choose certain communication items to handle at this present time that will not be handled in city council?
That's totally fine. It's all part of your meeting, and especially where those are not action items, I don't see any problem moving those up.
So council, any of you have concerns and looking over some communication items? We have a half hour before we start city council, maybe handling a couple of those communication items. Okay.
I'm just concerned that we might make it so that we don't end at 10 p.m., that maybe if we hold these off, we could go till 11 or midnight.
Well, Okay. So what you're saying is you recommend looking at some of these communication items?
Yeah.
Okay, so Aaron, I'm going to give you some prerogative. We have about 5 communication items. Is there certain ones you want to make sure we cover at this time, and we have about a half hour before our start of, and I'd like to end a little bit early. We'll maybe have a lot of residents we want to, just go out and greet here as we enter into the 7 o'clock. Is there certain items that you want to?
Mayor, I'd say we might want to wait on the fiber discussion, just because I could see that potentially, maybe some residents would want to
residents here.
participate in that one. But I think the other ones would be okay to do at this time.
Do we want to start right there with the water conservation ordinance? Actually, I'm worried, we've had some emails on that. Do we think some residents might show up to discuss that, Kelly? Maybe that's-
Well, I think we've gotten 2 communications, and my understanding is one individual you spoke with, Mayor, had actually changed his mind about it. We can always, if there are somebody here at the end, we could summarize the conversation as well and allow them to participate if they wanted to.
Let's go ahead and go to water conservation ordinance there, Kelly.
Okay. Figure out how to raise this chair. Okay, that's okay. All right, so this is being brought up because I guess a couple of residents have reached out about the fact that they have been notified or told by the, Central Utah Water that they don't qualify for that flip your strip rebate. And that is based on, that was brought to the council a few months back when we received a letter from Central Utah Water telling us the regulations that we as a city would need to follow, basically this water-wise ordinance that we would need to adopt in order for Highland City to qualify for this rebate program. That was their incentive to adopt this ordinance. The city council decided to not move forward with that and mainly focus on the park strip maintenance because the council determined, you know what, that's a public property, it's public right-of-way. We should have the right to regulate how it is landscaped. However, part of Central Utah Water's ordinance was regulating front yard landscaping for where they can put sod, what type of sprinklers they have to have in order to comply. And that would be applicable to all new development, or if a resident was completely redoing their landscaping, they would be expected to follow that ordinance. And so based on that direction from the council, we simply just moved forward with that xeriscaping requirement for park strips and did not adopt any requirements for the front yard landscaping, therefore not being eligible for that flip your strip rebate program. I'm happy to answer any questions if you had.
So I'm actually, like you said, that if you opt at the end, they were able to get, I think, a certain dollar amount, maybe up to $3 per square foot.
Correct.
It appears, looking over eligible locations, this is on the conservewater.utah.gov. It appears about 30 cities have adopted that process. Is it the majority of all the Utah cities? No. So it's, I think we have 220 members of the league, and so you have about 30 that appear to have adopted. I think the question comes in from some of the residents. They are asking, would the council like to reconsider the water conservation ordinance, or what was discussed several months ago where we felt like, okay, we will do xeriscape in the park strip, but once it gets to the property owner, we did not want to put certain requirements on that. That's my understanding of what we decided.
That's what I understood from the
So
council.
do we want to revisit this, or are we okay with what we've done?
I'm okay with what we've done.
Okay. We're going to have residents who are going to say, hey, I'd like to do, now, it doesn't stop them from doing xeriscaping.
No,
It's just they don't get the $3.
Correct.
Now, let me ask you, we were doing some xeriscape at our new park, and we were going to have some grants. What's that money we're tapping into, and could residents tap into that same grant process?
That's through their leadership grant. So we qualified for it based on it being a park that Central Utah Water deems being very open to the public. There are larger commercial developments that can also apply for that, but for, as far as just a standard residential lot, they wouldn't qualify for that leadership grant. It's mainly for public entities and large commercial developments, from my understanding from them.
So, but now as we look at, and I'm on Central Utah Water Conservancy District's website, they do have, and residents could go and get a smart controller if they wanted to opt. The flip the strips, what we're talking about, Central Utah's flip the strip, is it different than what the state of Utah's doing? Because they're offering only $1.25.
Central Utah is the one that sent us that
Okay.
letter.
Just want to make sure. Okay. I think we're okay with that. No further discussion, I don't believe on that item.
And that's the one we're holding.
We want to cover the North Point solid waste.
Oh, I can be real brief on this, because the North Point, their financial year goes from January to January. So when we passed the budget back in November, there was a fee increase, which we discussed a lot on the council. And one of the nice things is it let the staff know way ahead the changes in garbage rates and the dumping fee and all these things. And so that's all kind of been fixed. There's no big changes on that. Actually, there's been some issues that are kind of going on in the executive committee that I can't discuss. But one thing that North Point is talking a lot about is in their capital fund and different things, they plan on doing some rebuild of their facilities and fix up in different things. Because I don't know how many of you take garbage down there, but our family does. But some of the buildings have big holes in the side and a lot of things. So there's a lot of discussion. They have a master plan coming forth. Whether that causes increase to cities, I don't think so. But they're saving money to enable to do some of that refurbishment. But that's kind of the latest on North Point, because we took care of all the budgetary things, and the city staff, our budget now will reflect the increase in the garbage fees and things, right? So can I, since this is a council thing, can I just bring up something real quick about the animal board, even though it's not on the agenda?
Is that okay to have it on the, about the animal board?
So I sent some emails to Tyler and Aaron, and I haven't had time to look today. It's been really busy to get here on time. But the North Point Animal Shelter has to, they charge participation fees for the city. And I think ours comes, as Tyler, I didn't see your answer, but it comes through the Lone Peak Safety. Okay, so it's Alpine and Highland together. So the participation fees have been increased some, because they've got to do some major work on the facility down there a little bit, and they borrowed from this fund and that fund to make it happen. But just for interest sake for people, is the cities in the North Utah County, which are part of the animal board, pay $635,117 participation fees in the animal shelter per year. Now, one interesting thing, and we've talked a lot about that, Highlands this coming year, which should be, I let them know, should be in the budget for added to Lone Peak, it's $25,887, and Alpine's a little over $7,000. So there's a discrepancy there, population based, but apparently the citizens in Highland use the animal shelter a lot more than Alpine does. But one interesting thing, and we ought to keep in the back of our mind, if their estimating is they make revenue from dog licensing, okay? And they've tried to streamline it. You can go to the across the quad here too and license your dog. But they estimate that only probably 10, maybe 15% of all dogs that should be licensed are licensed, not necessarily in Highland, but in the whole animal board area. If we could get a higher percentage that are licensed, then the participation fees for the cities drop rather dramatically. So we've been trying to think as an animal board how to kind of stimulate that to happen. And one of the ideas was, and I sent a message, because I couldn't find if we had a licensing ordinance. Do we, Aaron?
We do, yes.
Okay, well, it's pretty much ignored. So what they recommend is if you have a license ordinance and have, if there's a complaint with your neighbor's dog, and the police go there and they say, oh, gee, your dog's not licensed. In some cities, what they're doing is they're waiving the fine, saying, if you will show us proof that you've got your dog licensed, we're going to waive the fine. Now, anyhow, they're doing that. I don't know the legalities. Rob can probably tell us on that. But their feeling is that you're not going to go door to door and see if everybody's dog's licensed, but to kind of stimulate that, because I'm sure the police get a lot of complaints about neighbors' dogs. And so you can just kind of go in the front of the way and say, hey, you haven't licensed your dog. We're not going to fine you, but if you'll get it licensed, I don't know. So that's just an idea, because we'd like to, if we can get people to license more of their dogs, then the whole city doesn't have to pay more money into the animal shelter. Does that make sense? So this next year, they're budgeted, they're going to make about $76,000 total for all these cities from dog licensing, and there's probably $750,000 sitting out there that could come in. So I don't know, you can talk a lot of things on there, but I just thought I'd bring it up. So I couldn't, and maybe this brings up another thing. I tried to do a search on the city website to find that dog ordinance, and I couldn't find. I found the ones where for hobby dogs that we've passed recently, but I couldn't see the actual ordinance. So maybe our search engine can be improved with time, and I'm sure you're working on it. But I thought, well, I can spend a long time trying to find this, so I thought I'd just ask you. Okay, so do we have a fine if your dog's not licensed?
You know what, that's a good question. But yes, we do say all dogs over 6 months must be licensed. And I know, so we had previously we had a very active animal control officer, and she retired a little while ago, and it was right in the middle of when the police department was really understaffed. And so they have not fully gotten that program up and going again. So we could absolutely be better in our enforcement there. And I think that was the methodology she was utilizing, but I need to talk to Chief William to be sure of that.
Well,
but I think it makes sense.
I think it's a good way, but we may want to come up with a fine. Yeah, I mean, especially if you've got a dog that's barking, keeping all your neighbors awake, or you've got a dog running loose. So it's something for future discussion. So that's my North Point Waste thing. I'll keep you posted on that when we find out more about the master plan down there.
And they can start in my neighborhood because there are so many loose dogs that it'd be really great.
We'll find anybody we need to.
I'm happy to tell you what time to start.
One of the next items we have is flood update. Do we want to wait till we're in our actual meeting? Do you want to go through
No,
that?
I want to hear about it.
Okay, let's hear.
Because the water's running high in my
There's going to be some
neighborhood.
residents, if there's some residents here later on, we will need to just kind of cover again to make sure. But Andy, your flood update.
I apologize, we're trading computers. Kelly's just likes everybody's computers, wants to use other
So
people's
what are you,
computers.
is it
I'm
going to
just
be a
teasing.
minute?
I'm just teasing, I was trying to be funny, to no avail.
And you were funny.
Crashed and burned. So, no, anyway, as the mayor and Councilman Ball can attest, the river has gotten quite active with our heat this weekend. We all were there looking last night about dusk and seeing what's coming down. So we're seeing approximately 250 cubic feet per second right now in the river at the mouth of the canyon. That is a level that the existing facilities can handle okay. So things are moving through the river okay. Yesterday I went and checked on Dry Creek during the day down in the Bull River area just to make sure things looked under control down there. I had checked earlier that morning, a little higher on the flow, but right now we're at a level that our existing facilities can handle it. For the most part, everything in the northwest, kind of Beacon Hills and Sky Estates, all of that, the snow's basically melted up there, and our channels are down to just what will probably be a trickle flow that lasts, the better part of the year. But a lot of that danger is passed up there, except for those that have Dry Creek, running through them in that area of the town. And Dry Creek's peak flows are yet to come. So now we're down to really concentrating our efforts on the American Fork River and on Dry Creek. Now, one thing that I want to give our Public Works staff a hand on, we were able to get in as Public Works and fix the worst undermining or the largest part of the problem at the bridge at West Park Road that leads to Highland Glen. You'll recall as a council we talked about that because that bridge is of particular concern because it has a sewer line that's strapped to the south end of it. And so any sort of subsidence in that structure is a major concern.
And it's north of my neighborhood.
That's true. That is true. So we were able to get in, and our Public Works did all the labor, and we were able to shore up the corner of that. When we got in there, we had, and mostly we concentrated our efforts on what is the northwest corner of that bridge, because that's the corner that takes the biggest brunt of the river force coming into it. But about the first 15 feet of that bridge was just kind of hanging in the air. The rest of the bridge was supporting it, if you will. So it was a repair that was probably long overdue for many reasons, but we got in, and our crews all pitched in, and we successfully filled that area that was a big void under there with concrete, and made new walls there. So once the runoff's all done, we'd like to do some more, but we did enough that we feel like we're stable and we can make it through the flood. But that was a big push for us, and unfortunately we had to leave that to the end because we wanted to make sure that all the citizens had what they needed, and so we concentrated our efforts early on making sure the citizens had sandbags and sand, and that they felt supported, and we trusted that we were going to be able to fit that in, and we just got it in before we got this weekend's heat. And at this point, we've been able to control the river through Tibble Fork and the debris basin up until now, up until this last weekend, and after this, there's probably very little control we're going to have over it, meaning that we're getting enough water that the water that we're seeing in the river is too much for us to be able to hold back much in the debris basin or Tibble Fork. It's almost full, and so we're in for the ride now, so to speak.
So it's just starting to come off Timp and things, isn't it?
Yeah, you're just barely starting, and even a lot of what
starting.
we're seeing right now is kind of still that mid-level snow. I mean, so the stream gauge that measures the flows in the river is about halfway up the canyon for discussion purposes, and the stream gauge is only reading about 150 CFS, and so we're picking up about another 100 CFS from there down to the mouth of the canyon. So a lot of what are usually smaller streams coming in are going gangbusters right now. I mean, a lot of the side canyons like Tank Canyon and Swinging Bridge, if you know where those are, they're usually kind of small streams coming down the side. They're just gushing with water, so to speak, right now. So one fun thing for you, if you want to find the fun in this, is I'm told that just above Mutual Dell, if you go the next corner around Mutual Dell, that there is a waterfall that is not usually there. Usually it's kind of a little bit of moisture trickling down the rock face, but I'm told that right now it's coming off this beautiful waterfall up there. So if you want to go see a new waterfall, or I'm sure it's not new, I mean, nature does this over and over again, right? The one that you don't usually get to see, supposedly you can see it from the road. I learned about it today, and so I didn't get to see it, but supposedly there's a fun waterfall up there just above Mutual Dell. So, if you want to find the good in all of this excitement. The other good is we're going to have lots of water this summer for our PI, so that's good. But yeah, so right now things are stable. We're certainly watching them, and we are entering the period where, many of you know Ernie John. Ernie's already begun. He began this weekend his watches, and the city is helping with the cleaning, and here within about a week and a half we'll be on fully staffed 24 hours a day at the mouth of the canyon to make sure that we're addressing things, and that will last probably about a month. We don't know exactly, but there'll be about a month there where we'll between the efforts of the irrigation companies and the 3 cities where there will be staffing full-time.
So with all the staffing full-time, that's obviously going to be more cost.
It is.
Now, Councilwoman Rodella said the governor had opened up emergency funds. Are those available for the cities if we have to increase all the staffing to deal with them? How does that work?
Yeah, those are available. I mean, we've already gone through the $5 million that we opened up, so then he did open up basically state of emergency. I mean, it just depends on how much
What
damage.
happens?
So this brings up a question on if and when does Highland declare a state of emergency? And I was talking with our attorney and with Aaron Wells, city administrator. we want to get, once there's a declaration, our understanding is it lasts for about 30 days. So we want to get, if we are going to declare, we want to get it closer to when maybe that time is happening. And then we will let you be aware if there's going to be a state emergency declared, and then I think that's where we can get the funds. But right now, we're flowing fine. I mean, if you go up to the mouth of the AF Canyon, you're going to see a great big front-end loader that is there ready to take out the tree limbs. You're going to see a tent trailer there. Now, when you see that, that's not someone just camping on it. That is, I believe, Ernie Johns' tent trailer, which Andy just mentioned is up there. It's going to maybe be staying up there at night. I've invited Ernie Johns to come to our next city council meeting, which will be on the 16th, and to kind of give us a little update. So we'll be getting a pretty well. That will be, we believe, you know, it's going to cool down a little bit, it appears, but we might have some rain. But probably from the 16th, that first week of June, is where we're watching. I mean, it's going to, that's, you know, that's right now we're flowing. I mean, Tim went up the last night. What do you think? Was that water flowing last night, Tim? So it's
Hey, Andy, I have two questions. Number one, are we going to encourage the same like water usage patterns that we've had the last?
Water restrictions or watering on, if you're one address one day and.
Well, I mean, we haven't changed our policies, right? We hate to have people break good habits. I think realistically, at the first part of this season, we're probably not going to be as vocal as we maybe have been in the past. It's probably a realistic look at it. Certainly, as a city, we can talk about that further. Right now, the thought had been, you know, leave things in place, but probably, you know, kind of let the spring ride out and let get through the flooding, and then, you know, focus on whether we need to, you know, amplify our efforts or whether, you know, the usage is reasonable. But we haven't changed any of that messaging or policies to the citizens yet.
So my second and more important question that I've been asked to ask you tonight is, when is Drax the donkey going to be back at the pond?
That is a very important question. I know that he is very widely popular, but I don't have an exact date. It's actually Tayson Arnoldson's donkey that we bring there, and so I will have to ask Tayson, but we can get her there soon.
Is Tayson okay with the fact that my children have named it Drax?
Well, I know he names it Tilly, but
No,
Drax is okay. You know.
I refer to him as
Yes.
Drax in my neighborhood.
So,
All right.
so I'm sure Tayson can handle the many names of the unofficial mascot.
We're just hoping he'll come back before school is out so the bus can drive by him.
Fair enough.
So,
I'll talk to Tayson.
As we talk about maybe some, you know, where we'll be doing some conservation, do you have any guesstimation how many of our PI meters will be going out this year? How many will be installed?
Yeah, right now we're on schedule for about 1,000.
Okay.
So we'll have, you know, if you recall, we're putting in about 4,500 meters, and so we're shooting for 1,000 this summer, and then we'll try to get 2,000 next summer and pick up the last, you know, 1,200 to 1,500 the following year. So that's kind of the approximate schedule we're on. But what we did in the package we awarded had more or less 1,000 meters. I don't remember the exact amount.
Any other questions for Andy?
Just a comment. Since I live on the American Fork River, when water appears in my basement, it's a state emergency. You're on speed dial.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're
That's
going to be
what we
looking
declare
at,
it,
so
yeah.
that will be our notice when to know what
That
to
will
do.
be the perimeter, yeah.
Okay, our next communication item is Alpine Food Storage update. This is an email from Shireen. It says, things are progressing rapidly now. We passed both the fire inspection and the building inspection and are waiting for a business license to come in from American Fork City. We are installing refrigeration in several locations. We have nearly all the painting done. 8 offices are finished and ready. Our POS system is coming in the mail. We're looking for shopping carts and shelving. We have lots of product on the floor. We're starting to give out our address for deliveries. We have announced our customers that we'll be doing business in this location in the beginning of June, and they're planning to use Memorial Day weekend to transition everything from our location to the other. And then I think this is the next one I want to make sure everyone hears. Thank you again for being so great to work with. we have told many people what a great city council we have in Highland City. So I want you, that was from Shereen. I think, as we look at Alpine, Food Storage, it came in, I think, wondering how negative this was going to be, and that I really appreciate Shereen's been very diligent in sending communication of what's going on, so I've appreciated them. But it appears, if you remember, our motion was to give them till the end of June to have the business moved out of the residential zone. It appears that, based off what we're seeing today, it appears that they'll be able to move it.
So after we get the budget passed and that, we may want to look a lot at other instances where we have infractions, because we're hearing a lot of stuff.
We have, yes, and we will, and some of those are in play. Our code enforcer has been out. One of the things is you have to, it takes a little bit of time. And there's some that were going on last year that it seemed to not be a problem as we see spring coming up this year. So, and then there'll be some new ones, maybe they've been going on for many years, that we'll have to kind of look at, like you said, in an address. I know there's one on 4800 West. We've been getting a lot of communication.
Yes.
So on that, with that, I think we've done all of our communication items. We'll go ahead and conclude our work session at 6:53. We will plan on starting back up at 7 p.m. our city council meetings. It is 7:05 p.m. on Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023. We want to welcome everyone out to the Highland City Council meeting. We will begin our meeting with an invocation by Councilmember Scott Smith and the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Sarah Pearson.
Our kind Father in heaven, as we meet together as citizens of Highland and representatives in the City Council and the Mayor, we are very thankful at this time to be here and the opportunity we have of participating in this democratic process. We're thankful for our freedoms. We're thankful for our constitutional republic. We're thankful for the divine inspiration that created this nation. We ask you to bless us this night that we may have thy spirit as we deliberate on the items on the agenda. And we pray that we may have the desire to be civil in our discourses, that we may have good, objective discussions and make good decisions. And these things we pray for in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
At this time, we have set aside schedules for unscheduled public appearances. Those would be for items that are not the following. The following items on our agenda, we will be either having a public hearing or we'll be having public comment during the item. Item number 4 will be a public hearing for planned unit development, the major amendment to Apple Creek 10700. We will also be allowing public comment for item number 6, which is a preliminary plat, Williamsview. Also number 7, which is a public hearing for the 2023-24 open space tentative budget. Item number 9, public hearing for the 2024 and 2023 tentative budget. We also, on number 10, public hearing on the ordinance of the Highland-Lehigh boundary adjustment. Number 11, the public hearing, which is a text amendment to fences. That will also, we will be having a public hearing underneath also for storm drainage on item number 13A. If you're here for any item other than those that were just mentioned, we'd like to invite you to come up and address the City Council. If you'll please state your name, and then you can share with us, and keep your comments to under 3 minutes. But if it's one of those items on the agenda, you will have an opportunity to be able to talk during that agenda item. Is there anyone that would like to come up during unscheduled public appearances?
My name is Dennis Kane. Was there anything else?
Is the green light on there?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that better? I come to just ask one question. There's a news article 2 days ago about the topic I'm talking about. I'm wondering about the water efficient new construction landscape ordinance adoption by Highland City. Our neighbors Alpine and Lehigh are a part of this, and I'm a person who's very concerned about water, as I'm sure I'm not alone here. And I'm wondering, it was brought up at a previous council meeting and tabled or whatever ended, and this city has decided not to do that. Is there some reason?
So we actually discussed, it's on our communication, but we actually talked about it in our work session. So those who are present, Highland City had an opportunity to opt in for what was called Flip the Strip, where residents could go and get money to be able to change out their landscaping to xeriscape. In order to do that, as a council, and I want, if there's other staff that can kind of help us make sure I'm getting this correct, as a council, we voted, I believe it was back in February, to not to participate in that program. And the reason why, what I heard in the council, and the council members can kind of chime in, is we have passed an ordinance that xeriscape will be in the front park strip. But our understanding at the time of passing the ordinance to be able to get Flip the Strip was anything behind that, we would then have to make, if you're bringing a landscape plan, would have to show so much xeriscape, and we would have to have an ordinance in the city. As a city council, we did not feel like we wanted to dictate to the property owner what they were doing on their property back behind xeriscaping and saying, hey, you have to have 40% or so much xeriscape. We did pass an ordinance that you have to do it out in your park strip. Am I stating that correct, or can staff help chime in there?
Correct. Just that Central Utah Water requires, well, the ordinance that they would like cities to adopt does regulate front yard landscaping. So it'd be regulating where and how you can put sod, the specific types of sprinklers you have to have. And so, yeah, the council determined that they did not want to regulate front yard landscaping, and we would just move forward with the xeriscaping in park strips.
It was my understanding that legislation only applied to new construction.
Is that
correct? Where the ordinance that you adopt would be applicable to new construction. However, it would also be applicable to if an older home were to completely redo their landscaping or tear out their park strip and redo it, you would be expected to comply with the updated ordinance.
Are you aware that it means we're not eligible to receive the funds from the state and from the water district?
we are. We actually discussed this as a council if they'd like to revisit that, and the council decided they did not. We looked at, there's about 30 cities out of 220 in Utah that have opted in. So I'm saying we've decided that we'd like to let it does not stop a property owner from going and doing xeriscape in their front yard. We just did not want to dictate it.
Okay.
Does that help answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to come up for unscheduled public appearances? Seeing none, we'll now move on to item number 2, which is a presentation. This is our Parks Division operational building. So those who are present, we have for many years been trying to decide where to put a park maintenance building, and they've been looked at many different areas in the city. The city council has decided to look specifically and have designed at our community center. We'd keep the community center, but there's some excess property there that we would be putting a park maintenance operational building. Andy?
So, Mayor and Council, you'll recall last we talked, we awarded a contract to Pontus Architecture, our Pontus Architecture Group, sorry. And we've got two representatives of Pontus here. I've got Alan Shurtleff and Chad Polson, and they're going to talk about the two designs we've looked at. Just to bring you back up to speed or remind you where we were, we said, okay, before we really get in and design this building as a whole, we're going to look at what amounts to probably our most economical option, and then the option that blends best with the existing site. And so the architectural group has come up with their renderings and their concept designs for those two versions, and so we've asked them to be here and discuss those with us and answer any questions you may have. And then we've also had a contractor provide estimates for that construction, and we'll discuss those as well as we go. So with that, I'd ask that Alan and Chad come up and kind of give the presentation on the architecture, because they're the ones that can answer your questions better there. And, we'll go from there and talk about costs.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So my name's Chad Polson, and Alan Shurtleff's back here. We represent Pontus Architectural Group. Alan is the principal architect, and I'm one of his project managers. So I'm just here to answer whatever questions you may have as we flip down through some of these, as we kind of summarize what we're doing with each building and flip down through some of these images.
So we already see up here the custom design, this, where it says the 2.3, is that a preview of what we're saying might cost the building design?
Yeah, so first we're going to talk about the custom wood design. So the one that matches the existing building is a timber frame building, and so with the timber frame buildings, we've got the freedom to do various architectural elements that are there on the site, and this is a copy of the estimate that was provided by the contractor. So as I talked to the contractor about these two estimates, he's saying, look, we might be able to do a few things during the design to get this estimate down. Also, when you competitively bid it, there might be some people with a few sharp pens because they need work at that time, so your total cost might come down. But what he was quite confident in is that his difference, so when we look at the two estimates he's given us, the difference between them, he's quite confident that will stay constant between the two. So as we look at the two, the difference between the two, he feels confident that he's got that right. The overall, we might do a little bit of this, but those two are going to move, in relation to each other pretty consistently. So, yeah, for the wood construction, the contractor's estimate is $2.43 million. That includes the site work. That's everything. So, Chad,
Mayor,
do you want to take us through
before they start, could we have Andy, because we have a lot of people from the public here, just explain why we need this park maintenance building and why it's taken us 10 years to get to this point?
Yeah, well, I think that's two very, very good questions. Number one, the reason why we need this parks building is because currently we as a city have to rent storage units to store all of our parks equipment, and we have some very, very expensive equipment that we have to store out in the elements because we just don't have room to store it inside. It's type of equipment. It's not just pickup trucks and things like that. It's the type of equipment that costs several $100,000, but because we don't have room interior, we have it outside, and so that investment that as a community we've made in that very expensive equipment is the elements are devaluing that, and also simply because we don't have enough room in our current facilities. We basically have to go out and rent additional facilities, and so between our staffing needs and our facility needs, we just need more room. The B part of that question, why it's taken so long, the 10 years, I think that there's two halves of that question, although the council can certainly chime in there. I think that cost has certainly been an issue, and has always been an issue. How are we going to find the money to build this additional building? Because the council has been very committed that they don't want to take on additional debt for the community, and so they've been very sensitive to any debt. And the second has been, where is the right location? We have looked at many, many locations, and one of the principal reason that the community center has been selected is because it's in the heart of the community, and many of our largest parks requiring the most maintenance are very close to this location, so that operationally we can be very efficient in our operations over time and save the city money in the long run on maintaining our parks. But I don't know if any council would like to add additional to that.
Well, and the other thing is we're trying to preserve the community center for the Citizens for Arts and all these other activities. So we didn't want to use that as part of the park maintenance. So this is right behind, right? So that just
Absolutely,
explains
yes.
it, yeah.
I appreciate you bringing up that. This building that we will look at tonight contemplates, other than the fact that we're building it adjacent to the community center and we're finishing additional parking, which will be a benefit to the community center, this represents no impact to the use of the community center as it is today. So any of the programs that happen there will continue just as they are today. We will essentially, with the Parks building, operate in none of the existing building. The new building is completely self-sustaining that way. So, is there anything any of the council would like to add?
And I think you brought up about the community center, the council members, but the reason is at one time we considered taking the bottom basement of the community center and turn that into offices, a break room for the Parks Department, and then we were going to build a metal building, in a sense it's a shed or a garage type area on the outside, and that's where the decision was made. No, we want to preserve the community center, and so we're not trying to go inside or use the basement, and so that's kind of why it's morphed. I mean, I think, Scott, you could probably help us with the most. I think that this building has moved from where it was over here, the city had over here on the corner across from the police station. I think it went there. We had a lot of residents show up there. It was going to go by the new Mountain Ridge Park on a 1 acre. The bid came in at 1.1, 1.2. The council about 6 years ago said, don't do that. And now we've now morphed over here to the community center, but our price is now based on what, now the building that we were looking at 1112 at the time was a metal building. What is the estimate? So this is a wood frame building. It looks like it might be brick. We can see some concepts. Are we still at about that price of 1.8 if we did a metal building with some, veneer with stucco and things that way, or what? Where are we at on that?
So the current price of the metal building is, as we show it here, is 2.1 million, just a little over 2.1 million. And we've got that on a slide when we get there. So we're looking about $300,000 difference between these two buildings. And part of that price is, once we've actually done the architecture, looked at what we would finish inside, what it would take to finish inside, and everything that, that you always, the more detail you can get, the better you can get with your estimates. So when we looked the other day, we were basically looking at a square box and saying, okay, on a per square foot basis, this is optically where we land. Now, as you'll see through the presentation, we've more or less, we don't have design plans, but they've got all the answers. What would the building look like? How many rooms would it have? How many bathrooms? Et cetera. And so you can see we've got the level of detail where our estimates are refining. Hopefully from there we could get a more competitive bid and we could value engineer and get the price down. Our principal purpose tonight, if I can say, is to pick an option, and then from there, once we pick an option, we will go to work trying to make that option as efficient and cost efficient as possible, but to select the type of construction so that that kind of then sends us down the road of design and getting towards that ultimate final bid.
Okay, so as was stated, we've got two options of buildings here. The big difference being the method of construction. The first one we're going to look at is our framed building, and the next one that we'll see down the road is the prefab metal building. Functionally, these two buildings are going to be the same. We're going to put all the same elements inside and outside around the site. So the main differences that we're going to see here today are going to be aesthetically, what does it look like with the existing community center, and then the costs, which we've talked about a little bit. So this right here, we're seeing a couple different floor plans here and elevations in this framed building. We opted to try to bring some of the architecture from the community center forward. So we've got some views that face the street. It is 5300 West that give us some gables that kind of match the same views off the community center. We're hoping to match the same kind of brick that goes around and stucco for the colors.
You know, as you're talking about the match brick, the community center is probably 30 years old.
It's old, yeah.
I mean, you know, so when we're saying matching and looking, I mean, are we going to have an old building next to, you know, the new?
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to make it. We're not going to be able to make it look old. It's going to look fresh and new, but we didn't want to stray too far from what the architecture and the colors were, so that it detracted from what was there, and it looked like, oh, here's a big additional building that we're putting next to the community center. So the hope there is to kind of help it blend in with the property. This here is the site plan. On the site plan, you can kind of see the structure next to the existing community center. It's just right below it there. The site plan, we've added extra parking, 2 separate drives to help with the flow of the traffic in and out of the parks building. The existing drive for the community center remains the same, as well as the existing parking there, so we're not going to disrupt anything there. But there's enough parking for peak hours in the summer for the employees that work with parks. There's also a wash basin and a fuel station on the site.
So would the employees be using the community center parking also as kind of overflow, or is there enough parking on that side of the parks building to hold all those employees?
Yeah, there's enough parking. I think we wanted to shoot for 40 extra parking stalls, and we've exceeded that, so.
And then at night, if there's community events going on, would we be able to use that parking back around there for those community events?
I would assume so, as long as it's not during the same work
part
hours.
that's inside of the fence,
Yeah.
Kelly, if you can highlight the fence
Okay, I see.
up there. The
So
part
there's-
inside the fence wouldn't be available, but the part outside of the fence or west of the fence would be available. Inside the yard, the principal yard in front of the Parks building, or the North Parks building, is contemplated as being fenced, with just employee access, but everything kind of in that northwest corner. So it more or less doubles the available paved parking at the community center that's available for events at night.
So we wanted to get some views of the existing community center in conjunction with the new building, kind of from the street, also from the other side of the parking. So this is a view from the corner. Mostly what you're seeing here is the existing community center. And we can go to the next image, and you can kind of see that here's the new structure with the gables that we've brought out on the street view on this side, and what that would look like with this architecture. Kind of similar colors with brick and stucco. Again, another view just a little bit further north, and there's the entry off of that road with the gate. So this here is the view from the parking lot that is the community center parking. And in that building, you'll be able to see that what's beyond it is the new parks maintenance building. We really wanted to focus on the architecture of these two buildings and kind of make sure that we're bringing enough natural light into the building, but also get some windows on both sides of these views. So aesthetically, it was pleasing and felt comfortable as a large building next to the community center. So this is kind of an aerial view, so you can see how they work together, their proximity, as well as the site around them. And I think the next view that we have is just the top-down view of the site, so you can kind of see what's going on there.
If I can just interject, one thing that I'd like to point out or look at or pay attention to is in both of these views, the existing structure is about 1.5 times the size of the existing structure, just by square footage and then by physical footprint. So kind of just, the larger building will be the park structure in either construction option. So.
Okay, and here's just image of the floor plan. This is a little bit easier to look at and talk about what functions we're putting inside of the building. So we've got up in the top right, we've got our office space, 3 offices and a reception area. And then below that, we've got a couple restrooms. These restrooms are sufficient for the staff at peak hours. And then below that is the break room area. So left of that's the warehouse, of course. We have the 4 necessary bays. It's about 5,600 square feet and ample room for what the parks maintenance building needs. You'll see a couple staircases that are cut off in this view and some columns. There was some discussion on, hey, is there a way to get some storage? I understand that the current community center has some rooms in the basement that are being used for events, storage for events around the city. And so we opted to try to to capitalize on the space above the offices and the break room and the restrooms, as well as one of the maintenance bays on the left side to get some mezzanine space. So we've got 2 stairways that go up into a pretty large mezzanine space that can be accessed with forklift if we wanted to lift pallets of event equipment up there and store it, or for whatever else. So there's quite a bit of storage space in this building as well. So that's kind of that's the framed building. Now we're moving on to the pre-engineered metal building, and the cost there comes in at $2.1 million. And some of these images are going to be really similar. All the site amenities are the same on this. Nothing changes. The building shape changes a little bit, and we can start to see the architecture of the metal building. We're down a couple feet in elevation, and of course the roof slope is quite shallow compared to the gables that we wanted to get on the wood framed building. Go to the next one. And then now we'll start to see some of these images on what this would look like in conjunction with the community center. So of course, we can talk about a little bit more in detail about some of the materials. We've used a brick wainscot and just a metal siding, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. We've got windows, minimal windows in the metal building for the office space and the break room space. And then the next one kind of shows what it would look like from the parking lot view of the community center. We'll see here with the floor plan that besides a couple jogs in the exterior of the building to get us the architectural look that we were hoping for, everything else is pretty much the same. We still have a mezzanine in this one. We have a mezzanine over part of the office space, as well as that bay on the left side and the back of the warehouse as well. So that's kind of a summary.
Can I ask a question? So between the 2 buildings, I mean, you have one that's very compatible with the existing building, kind of architecturally pleasing, right? And the other one's basically the same color but a warehouse. And, it's very utilitarian, I'm sure. How about durability? So the community center has been there 30 plus years. It's been there actually as long as I've been in Highland. So it's probably 35 or more years, because I don't remember when I wasn't there. But how about durability? Does the metal building last just as long as the stucco and brick? Is it similar maintenance, similar or less maintenance? What's kind of your estimation?
Yeah, there's going to be some variations in the maintenance when it comes to different materials. Metal buildings are phenomenal. They hold up really well. That's why we see a lot of them. That's why a lot of our industry goes that route, because they're economical buildings and low maintenance buildings. So anything to do with the maintenance of, your typical brick or stucco, it would still be there.
Is there a difference in how much, it will cost to insulate it either from heating or cooling versus the metal versus the wood? And also, is the metal version noisier inside?
We do have to insulate the metal building, so that's going to cut down on the noise. You do insulate it separately, and I'm sure that's broken out in the cost. I haven't looked at that cost in detail, but you do insulate them separately, so you'll be able to insulate the framed building within your within the structure of your walls, whereas the metal building, you come in and you blanket insulate inside the metal building. And we would have to, we would need to dig into the cost estimates a little more to see what was for sure priced out in insulation. But as far as your end product, you're going to get you have to get an insulated building that makes sense anyways, and at that point, it will cut down on noise, just like.
So Tyler, how much do we currently have in, if you want to say, in savings, or what we already have earmarked, and currently, I mean, we physically have the cash. How much cash do we physically have right now for the park maintenance building? Is it 900,000?
900,000 in the building capital fund, and the tentative budget that we'll review this evening does also include funding for the remainder, $950,000 out of the general.
I mean, if we're talking 2.1 to 2.4, here we have 900,000. I understand in our budget this year we might have another million, so it gets us up to the 1.9. Then we have to wait for the next year if we have funding. If we have, it's really whatever we're talking here is still about 2 years out. Am I understanding that correct? I mean, we can't really move forward until we have the funding to get it done.
And I think from here, where we would go on the staff side is obviously the question is going to be, is there anything else we can find for next year? That would be one question. But also, if we get in and dive into the design a little bit farther, we pick a building and say, okay, this is the way we want to go down that road. We can give our contractor a little bit more time to give us a few value suggestions. He made a few suggestions to me, when he gave me the estimates. We wanted to get this as quick as we could in front of the council, and so the estimates just came in today. He gave me a few suggestions today as to how he thought we could save a little bit of money, and so we'd like to continue to refine the design, keep working towards the final solution, and see if we can't narrow that gap. I think that it would be unrealistic to say, that we're going to, well, it depends on which option we pick. If we go with the more expensive option, we're probably not going to get clear back down to, 1.9 million, but we can try and narrow that gap to maybe where it becomes within reach. We need to kind of delve further into the details to see if we can sharpen our pencils on some of those. But you're right. Part of the problem is, and that's part of the problem. Each time we wait, it continues to get more expensive, right? So that's the conundrum of it all. Is wait to do the right thing, and then it's one more step out of reach. So it's kind of, in one way, feels like we're sort of chasing our tail a little bit. But I think we can find a solution. We're just going to have to get in and keep working on it. But I think we've looked at, as we highlighted to begin with, we've looked at all the options for location. We've looked at, maybe we've crossed things off the list to say, well, that's not going to work, that's not going to work. So I feel like we're honing in on the option where it's like, hey, if we can figure out what type of construction we want to do here, then we're just going to have to go to work seeing just how efficient we can make that.
So what you're needing from council is some direction, either to go maybe with the wood building at the proposed, just the rough numbers 2.1, or that we're not authorizing the spending.
You're not authorizing me to. You've already authorized us to spend the design money.
Correct.
And so what the real choice is tonight is, where do we spend our design money? Do we spend it on the metal building, or do we spend it on the custom construction? And then knowing that depending on exactly how things shake out, that if we choose the custom construction, we're choosing to spend another $300,000, more or less.
Okay, council, we need you to kind of give some direction.
I guess from my direction is do it right the first time. I was just at the community center last night for a kids piano recital, and to imagine walking up to that front door for a nice event with the metal building right next door to it, it just doesn't seem like it would be what our community would like in the long run.
So I'm going to agree with Kim. I just wanted a little background because we've got people here, and I know that the citizens are worried about other items on the agenda, but this has been a long time coming. And we've tried to really be fiscally conservative. The last time we had any changes in our property taxes, we decreased it in 2010. And so we've had fees and things, but like the road fee where we're fixing our roads as fast as we can, sunsets. The new park that's being built is being built with donations, land sales, and ARPA funds that came from the federal government. Our bonds are going to be totally paid off in 4 years. We'll be a rare city in the nation who is debt-free. So my feeling is we're kind of an upscale community, and I think for the difference in price, I'd much rather see a very compatible, nice-looking building with a community center. That community center's served us well. We're in the process of repainting and putting some new carpet from donations. But I think as a whole, the city runs a really tight budget, but I still think it would be nice to have something that stands the test of time that we can be proud of. Because I'm not so sure a metal building behind there, even though it's the same color, really reflects what I'd like to see in the Highlands. So yes, it's a little more expensive, but if we can find every way to cut back and find some other funds, and maybe we can kind of move it over 2 or 3 budget years if we're lucky.
As a city staff, and whatever the economy is going to do with all the regional banks, stresses and everything. But at the same time, we usually under budget for our sales tax and
what we get from the new growth from property tax. So I like the nicer building, to be honest. I agree with Kim.
I agree with Kim and Scott. And I won't reiterate all of the things that they said because it's exactly what I would have said. But I definitely think it's worth the investment.
When you say the metal building is much, I can't remember the terminology you used, of some much more durable or much more long-lasting. Could you, was that Andy or was that you?
Well, I don't know that I said it was much more durable, that it is a durable building. It's in
Well,
and of itself.
comparatively speaking, does that mean less maintenance over time, or does that mean the structure itself will last longer?
No. I don't think I was comparing either one. I think in and of themselves, they're both going to last the same and be as durable. But a lot of times we like to compare cost versus what you're getting, right? How much value are we getting out of this? And the value is still there in a metal building, in a prefab metal building, and it comes at a slightly lower cost.
Do we have any data regarding longevity of structures, wood as compared to metal?
Not on me. I'm sure we can.
You happen to have that, Andy? Because I think that would be good to have all the numbers so we're comparing apples to apples, because maybe in the long run, the metal building will not be $300,000 cheaper. It'll be $1 million cheaper because of maintenance and because of repairs.
I'll just give you a quick opinion in regard to that. While I'm not completely prepared to speak to it, I think the biggest durability element that you get in the metal building would be the roofing system. The roof, a metal roof lasts longer than any type of shingle system, and this would be proposed to have a shingle system, so it would complement the existing structure. So I think you get a little longer life out of the roof, and with the metal building, we proposed less windows. That's one of the major differences. There's more windows in this, and so certainly more opportunity for moisture and things to get in the windows, and invariably you tend to fix.
Which one?
In this option, the fancier option has a lot more windows, and so you tend to have a little more maintenance associated with windows, right? The metal building that we're looking at is mostly pretty plain. We've put a few windows in there, just to give a little bit of light in the offices, but there's less windows. So if I were to say, I think the core structure itself would be equally as durable between the two, but I think that the metal building you'd save on roof maintenance, and because this option has more windows, you've got the opportunity for the structure to leak around the windows, and then for the opportunity to get moisture between your windows, right? between panes of glass. And so I think for those two reasons, I think you could say the metal would probably be lower in a maintenance option, but I don't know I don't know how to quantify that in terms of dollars tonight. But at least gives you an option or something to think about of where the metal might have a leg up in maintenance.
Just knowing what you know and the data that you have, which would you choose? And you can
Me?
include you can include an aesthetic opinion, whatever you want. I just want to know what you think.
Okay, I'll give you my opinion, and Alan might have something to chip in on maintenance. So I would choose the custom option because I think, so this is me, right? And I've spent my whole life here as well. And depending on when Scott moved into town, I might have beat you because I lived in town in 1977. So I remember it from 1977. But this corner is what many people associate with Highland. So they associate Heritage Park and the Community Center. I've made it to Highland. You know, over the years, this has kind of been, you come out of American Fork, you go towards Alpine, you get to this corner, you've made it to Highland. So to me, aesthetically, I think that the community is going to be disappointed with the aesthetics of the metal building. I think it's going to diminish your perception of Highland, where I think that the custom building complements that. It looks very municipal. To me, I look at it and I go, gosh, it kind of looks like a fire station. You know, it has the look of a fire station or something that's a municipal building, and so I feel like that the community is going to be much happier with the aesthetic of this building, and you're going to get positive feedback, where I'm afraid with the metal building, you're going to get negative feedback. You know, I made it to Highland, and I came to your metal building, you know, from being a little direct.
Sure. I'm just,
So Tim, are you needing more information to be able to kind of voice maybe what, we do have another gentleman that works the.
I would love to hear what he has to
So
say.
I'd love to help you. I think you got a great concern and great question. So when we look at building materials and life cycles, in the state of Utah, we don't have very many buildings that are still standing that are over 100 years old. Our office occupies a building that's 125 years old on historical Main Street in Springville. 10 years ago, we completely remodeled that building. We put a new roof on it, new HVAC, new insulation, new everything. So when you look at life cycles of buildings, these life cycles on both these buildings are going to be very similar. The exterior materials are going to last very similar amounts of time. The shingles on the roof of a wood frame building will have to be replaced, so that will be an added cost in that life cycle compared to a metal building. But those are about the only things that you're going to see that are different between the two buildings in life cycle material. These buildings are not going to last 100 years before you have to go through an extensive remodel on the building. This building that we are in right now is going to have, you know, extensive remodel at some point in time because technology, materials, you know, all those things just change over time. And so it's very realistic.
Probably with materials that we're not even familiar with now.
Right.
In 100 years.
So it's very realistic that both these buildings have a very durable 50-year life cycle, no problem, into 75-year life cycle, depending on how well they're maintained. All these buildings, it takes, you know, maintenance to keep them. Either building needs maintenance, caulking at windows, things like that, keep the life cycle very long.
Okay, I really appreciate that. I just want to make sure we're responsible stewards. If it were $100,000, that'd be one thing, but, or I don't mean 100, like 10,000, that'd be one thing, but $300,000 is a lot of money, and a lot of taxpayer money. And so I wanted to verify durability but I think factoring in the appeal and what you had to say regarding the being kind of a landmark area of the city, unfortunately, I agree with Dr. Smith, and I think that with everyone else.
I don't know why that's
Usually
unfortunate.
agree.
I don't know why that's so unfortunate. Hey,
We're just piling on, but,
Hey,
you
Brittany,
know.
what's your feeling on this?
No,
We
but
can
I
kind of move on.
agree, so.
I agree with Dr. Smith and him also, and I'm not sorry to agree with you. I think it's good.
Okay, you got your direction. We've got 5 that have kind of said, let's look at the design for wood. Okay? Okay, we'll now move on to our consent items. We have two consent items. Consent item number A is approval of the meeting minutes from February 21st, 2023, March 14th, 2023, and then that was a work session, so the February 21st, 23 is a city council meeting, a work session March 14th, 2023, and regular city council meeting on March 21st, 2023. And we also have down approval of a final plat for Abby's Acres.
I'll make the motion. I'd like to move that the Highland City Council approve consent item 3A, which is the approval of the meeting minutes, which the mayor just delineated, and 2, consent item 3B, which is the final plat approval for the Abby's Acres, which has been discussed previously.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Scott, second by Sarah. Any communication or ready to vote? Would you like to go ahead and do a vocal vote?
Yes.
So you're a yes? There you go. That passes 5-0. We're now on to item number 4, which is a public hearing and ordinance. This is a planned development major amendment to Apple Creek and 10700. Kelly, I believe you have a presentation on that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Okay. So as far as a process for a planned development amendment, this is deemed as a major amendment, which basically means we go through the same process we would for a development code amendment. So it went to Planning Commission with a public hearing, and now it's coming to the City Council with a public hearing. This is the vicinity map kind of showing where that PD is located, the planned development for Apple Creek. You have the brownstone units that are still under construction right now, and then the rest of these residential units are all villas and twin homes. So some of them are attached by twos and the rest of them are detached. As far as a staff recommendation for the requested amendment, we're not giving a recommendation of approval or denial. We will share some staff concerns with their proposed amendment, and then if the council decides to approve, staff has recommended stipulations that the council add to the approval, and I'll go through each of these. I'll go through them after I give you a little more context. As far as prior council direction, the council did approve this Apple Creek PD back in August of 2020, and then in April of 2021, the final plat associated with this PD, known as 10700, was approved by the council. In November of 2022, we did have a minor amendment to this PD, where essentially there was a request regarding, or from the owner of the subdivision regarding a setback encroachment allowance. At the time, the council had just passed the setback encroachment allowance for our other residential zones throughout Highland, so it's deemed as a minor amendment, which by code allows staff to approve those amendments. And so that was approved by staff to allow setback encroachment specifically for porches and decks going into the front yard outside of any easements. As far as a little more background as to why this is coming before the council, in the PD, as part of the villas and twin homes, it allowed a 0 lot line setback for these detached units. In the PD, it had no mention or allowance of projections over the property line. It was simply 0 lot line setback. Another thing to note is in the PD, there were architectural standards and elevations that were shown or included in the PD. 3 out of the 5 of those architectural examples did not include a roof overhang. When the first building permit for the villas was submitted to the city, the building plans showed the wall and foundation being on that 0 lot line with no roof overhang. When our building official reviewed those plans, he added additional comments just to reiterate the fact that no eave or soffit could project over the property line, just reiterating that fact. And then the permit was issued, and then the building ended up being constructed with a 12-inch roof eave hanging over the property line. As a result, when one of our building inspectors was out there, failed the inspection because of that roof overhang, as it didn't match the plans, and it also doesn't meet International Residential Code requirements. Once that was failed, the developer and home builders reached out to staff, and we met to discuss the issues and see if there were any possibilities of coming up with solutions for this issue. That's where we're coming to this major amendment. And so the requested amendment from the applicant is the following verbiage, kind of adding this to the PD. Essentially, it's allowing roof overhangs, exhaust vent terminations, and utility meters. These are like the three things that would encroach over the property line that we had issues with. Allowing those projections onto the adjacent private property, allowing it to encroach by up to 3 feet over that property line. And then they're proposing that a recorded declaration shall contain, so this would be like in the CCNRs, a prohibition on any structures or ignition devices being placed within 5 feet of the villa wall on the abutting 0 lot line of any lot, which prohibition shall not be amended without the written consent of Highland City. As y'all are aware, we don't enforce CCNRs, and so the intent of this verbiage would be to require the HOA to get city permission if they were to change any of these requirements. And then the other portion of this is Highland City has determined that the permitted projection of roof overhangs, exhaust vent terminations, utility meters, and other permitted projections, when combined with the prohibition in the previous sentence, complies with the IRC, International Residential Codes, distance requirements for fire separation distance for villa projections. So this is the verbiage that they're requesting. I'm now going to kind of go through our staff review of this requested amendment and our recommendations if the council decides to approve. So just going over, this is why this is considered a major amendment, because these are development code sections that it does not comply with. For a planned development, the council does have the authority to contradict development code by going through this legislative process. So it would be specifically for this PD. It would not relate to any other zones in Highland. Essentially, little summary of these, you can't, for measurements of setbacks, you can't use property on adjacent property to count as part of that setback measurement. Another one of ours is that you can only have one building on one lot, and so right now technically you would be having 2 buildings on a lot where you have the full structure and then you have the roof overhang of another structure. That's how it doesn't comply with 3604. And then the other major issue that we had as staff was with International Residential Code. Essentially, the IRC has fire separation distance requirements, very specific to like where projections with less than 2 feet of fire separation distance are not allowed. And then fire separation distance is defined as the distance measured from the building face to one of the following: 1, to the closest interior lot line, and then 2, to the center line of a street, an alley, or public way, and then 3, to an imaginary line between 2 buildings on the lot. And so obviously we're looking at, number 1, the fact that you would have to have at least 2 feet separation between any projection and the property line. And obviously we have a roof overhanging a property line, which was an obvious issue. As far as their request, it's meant to focus on this definition of this third definition, to an imaginary line between 2 buildings on the lot. So essentially what this amendment would be doing is creating an imaginary line through easements, which I'm going to show you right now. So this is about 3 of the stipulations that are recommended are regarding what I've kind of illustrated here. Essentially, we'd be, for this example, lot 3 would have a 5-foot wide, so starting at the property line to 5 feet over, would have a prohibition of structures and ignition sources. So ignition sources, just to be clear, would be things like a grill or a barbecue or a fire pit. That property owner would not be able to have those things within that 5 feet. Just to give you an understanding, in this PD, they have 10 feet of private side yard, so it would be half of that 10-foot private side yard would be a prohibition of structures or ignition sources. And then the other recommended stipulation, or their requested verbiage was to allow for 3 feet of encroachment, and looking at what is requested to be over the property line, staff determined that they only needed 2. And so that was one of the stipulations, to reduce the 3 feet of encroachment to 2. And then recording an encroachment allowance easement. So it would benefit Lot 2, allowing them to have that the utility box and the roof eave and exhaust terminations be encroaching 2 feet onto the other private property. As far as our staff concerns with this amendment, one is resident expectations. It's not typical for a resident to feel the need to look at code or call the city or call their HOA to find out what they would need in their side yard as far as just their general activities. Another would just be the impact of residents not following those requirements if it is a fire hazard with the fire separation distances required with IRC. And then another is based on, obviously, y'all as the council have dealt a lot with encroachment in the past years, and passing our encroachment policy recently, we all understand that it can be difficult to enforce these kinds of issues. In this case, it would be on private property. As far as it being in the CCNRs, we would be expecting the HOA to be the responsible party for enforcing these things. But we've included in our stipulation in the verbiage that that the easements be recorded on the plat to give the city the allowance or jurisdiction to enforce that if needed. If the HOA isn't enforcing it, it would give us the right to do so. As far as, so we ended up doing a little more research after the Planning Commission meeting regarding reaching out to other cities and what they've seen and what they do and what they expect. As we understand in Highland, it is not very common to have higher density, so we as staff may not be so familiar with the process. The Draper Planning Department said that they're aware of one subdivision that has a 5-foot setback on one side and then a 1-foot setback on the other. And then on that 5-foot, it has easements allowing for use and access. So the plat has several paragraphs of very, very specific verbiage of what is allowed and what is not allowed in those easements. However, that one specifically does not allow for roof overhangs over a property line. It has that 1-foot setback. But for Saratoga Springs, the planning department brought up that they had were aware of one subdivision as well with a 0 lot line and then a 5-foot use easement on the edge of the adjacent lot where the residents can't put structures on it. They also noted that it is the HOA's responsibility to regulate it. Lehigh, their building department, responded. I have their full quote in the staff report, but I kind of just summarized it in here, where they said they didn't recall any of the homes built in Highland with the home at the property line. Usually the builders keep it at least 3 feet away, which would be meeting that IRC requirement. Even when the house is closer than 3 feet from the property line, the builders are usually good about keeping the eaves off of adjacent property. And then the Lehigh planner I spoke to actually had worked, she wasn't so familiar with Lehigh yet, but had worked in Park City and let me know of what she remembered from a 0 lot line subdivision. And I went and looked at it, and it did not have any roof eaves hanging over the property line. We obviously, in Highland, our Coventry townhomes over here, like the duplexes, triplexes that we have just west of here, that is an example of where we have roof eaves hanging over, but it is specifically in common area. That's what you'll typically see, is where the ownership or the private ownership is specifically these building footprints, and then the roof overhangs are in common area. They're not typically, from what we've come across and from what I've researched, I have yet to find a roof overhang that's overhanging private property. In Ridgeview, that was something that was brought up. The Ridgeview PD allows for 0 lot line setbacks. The homes built in Ridgeview have met the referenced IRC requirements where they have the walls set back. and then the roofs are not overhanging property lines. There are some in the weekly phases that were submitted with projections too close to the property line, and when the building official, when he was reviewing it and brought it up, or when he raised the issue, the builder decided to remove the roof overhangs. And so if you drive around the weekly phases, there are several of them that have the roof overhangs cut off. When this went to the Planning Commission, they held their public hearing and there was no resident comment. They ended up recommending approval of the proposed amendment with the the 5 stipulations recommended by staff if you were to approve. These are the stipulations recommended by staff. So now that you have some more context, sorry, this is so long, y'all, I'm so sorry. Okay, the 5-foot prohibition of structures or ignition devices on the side yards adjacent to the 0 lot line of the villas. Villa lots be recorded by easement in addition to the stipulation being outlined in the CC&Rs, which is what I mentioned. And then that the easements shall be approved by the city through the plat amendment process. Before Planning Commission, we're thinking, well, we gave an option to either do plat amendment or individual easements, but in between Planning Commission and Council decided that we wanted all of these easements recorded at one time in the most organized way and have it showing on an actual plat if people were to click on their subdivision plat. And so that was adjusted by requiring the plat amendment process per our recommendation. And then in the requested verbiage, when they listed roof overhangs, vent exhaust terminations, I believe that's what it is, and the utility projections, they add and other projections. And so our recommendation is to remove that verbiage and just have it those 3 specific called out allowances, and we wouldn't allow any other projections except for those 3. And then number 3 being the encroachment allowance of up to 3 be reduced to the 2 feet. And then having the encroachment allowance being recorded as an easement as well, so you would have those 2 overlapping easements, and then having those easements be recorded or go through the plat amendment process and be recorded through a recorded plat. And then the final one where they noted Highland City has determined, well, that whole last sentence about our interpretation of IRC, we're recommending the change in wording to simply say that compliance with the maximum projection distance and the recordation and enforcement of the prohibition of structures and ignition sources as described in the previous sentences shall be required to satisfy fire separation distance requirements under the IRC. So it's just taking the city out of it as far as our interpretation and just saying, hey, this needs to meet IRC requirements. This, if the council decides to approve, would be a motion to approve with those stipulations. And this would be a motion to deny if the city council decides to deny it. Again, this would require a public hearing, and McKay Christensen is also present.
Maybe before we go with the public hearing or to our developer, my question for you, Kelly, you mentioned that in between the two in between the 2 structures is 10 feet. So if they do a property overhang on one, there's 5 feet, and they cannot have you said a grill or any campfire. If they have an overhang next to it, is that possible to have an overhang next to it? So both of them have an overhang, so they can't have grills of all in that 5 feet. Does that make sense? Because you have 5 feet here, you'll have 5 feet here. Is that not what's being discussed?
No, because it's 10 feet together. This is just going into 5 feet, because the other side of that, it's 10 feet. The other 25 feet of the lot is building. So.
Yeah, but you have 10 feet in between them, right? So you have 2 buildings that's 10 feet in between the 2 buildings.
Well, there's villas, so there's twin villas that alternate. Some of these will be shared walls right on the 0 lot line, so they'll be back-to-back homes with 10-foot lots. It's just, at most point, there's going to be a 5-foot unencumbered yard and then 5 feet encumbered yard.
So it would have to be 5 feet, like between those projections. So that 10-foot side yard is wall to wall, and what y'all would be allowing is an overhang over a property line.
Okay, is there any questions of Kelly before we invite the developer to come up?
I just had a couple questions. I guess, as we've approved some of this, PD zones or higher density, which is basically in the city center, that was decided 25, 30 years ago on the development here, and then Ridgeview, and there's a long story behind that. But I guess this is the first I've really realized that we're building these homes. They're on very small lots anyway, right on the property line. I guess my big question is, if there is an eave and it's overhanging somebody else's property, do we insist that they have rain gutters and things, or does the water just drop down in the other property? I mean, because if I was a neighbor, that would drive me nuts. So they're required to have rain gutters and things. I didn't see that anywhere.
Yeah, they're still responsible for the drainage that comes off of their roofs.
Okay.
Planning Commission asked a similar question, and Todd Ambry, the one that was representing the applicant, shared that the gutters would direct it back to their private property. There shouldn't be any drainage from the roof going onto the adjacent private property.
So, and I think you've addressed this, but if we have these encroachment, or not encroachment, these easements and different things because of fire issues and stuff, and then people can, how are we going to enforce that? Because I think once people own the property and different things, they're going to do what they want to with their grills and things, and we're not going to have somebody, we can't enforce a fraction of all the things that we have in a city. We don't have enough people to do that, nor do we want to. So does it make sense to do this? I guess I'm just having kind of a hard time with this.
Like I said before, it is in their CCNR, so the intent is that first the HOA would enforce it. And then if they're not enforcing it and we're aware of the issue, we would enforce it. But yeah, that's a great question as far as how we as the city would, but yeah, HOA would be responsible first.
In addition, because it is CCNRs, the private property owners can enforce it themselves.
Right.
They can, someone says, get your grill away from my house because
You're
you're
gonna
not
burn it
supposed to
down.
do it in the CCNR. So that would also be an option available to them.
And my last comment before we go on to the public hearing and things, that it seems to me like we may need to look back at our PD ordinance a little bit. And I don't think there's a lot of other places in the city where this is going to happen, because most of the cities zoned R140 or acre lots. But if there is another one at some point in the future, it would seem to me that like we would like to address this proactively and have non-zero lot line homes. I mean, we're building these huge homes, which will be lovely. It's going to look very nice, but they're on postage stamp lots, and it just brings its own issues. And so we may want to look that we need to have a little more setback or something to prevent some of these issues. That's my opinion.
Any other discussion of staff before we invite the applicant up? While we go ahead and invite the applicant, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and come on up. I believe it's McKay Christensen that's going to be addressing us for 10700.
Hi, see you all again. Do you have any questions for me? Kurt, I might be able to answer the question. So if you remember, we're zero lot line on one side, so one side of the home is on that lot line, and then it's 35 feet wide, and so you have a 10-foot yard for that house. The yard is on one side, and so what you'll have is the easement is going to be, the home's boundary is literally on one side of the lot, and then the easement is going to be running on that opposite side of the lot, where you've got that, what is it, 2-foot easement? Is that what you guys are asking for, a 2-foot easement if you're there? And so most of the property in and around these homes is all HOA maintained. It's predominantly an HOA maintained community. What you have is a little tiny section where if you guys remember, you've got the parking stall that's on the back side, and there's a fence on the opposite side of that. And then off the front, that fence doesn't line up until the back anyway. So you have actually a relatively small portion that's going to be quote unquote privately owned, and really all it is for a dog and potentially a barbecue. You're not going to have, any type of electricity or anything on the opposite person's home. So logically, any barbecue or anything like that is going to be on your side of that lot. So the idea that you would have some ignitable, Kelly, is that the word that we're using? I can't remember what the phrase is. What is it?
An ignition source.
An ignition source that's up against the person's home that is on that zero lot line is really unlikely. And so everything's going to be back up against yours. And a couple other things. The IBC, the code for IBC is that you've got to have a 2-hour fire rating which all of the walls in both of the homes are fire rated. And really it's 5 feet and we're at 10 feet. And so even if our homes were at, correct me if I'm wrong here, but even if the homes were at 5 feet, we would technically still be in compliance. And so we're further away than where we need to
So
be.
both homes on both sides will be fire rated, and the eaves over the hang are also fire rated?
Yeah, only one eave overhangs, right? Because the other home is set back off that. So yes, all of that is completely fire rated, and we're 5 feet beyond where IBC code says we need to be on that. There's one other issue that I think I want to bring up. I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's a really, really good solution that we've come up with. Our attorneys went back and forth. They think that it should be a minor amendment, and the city thought it should be a major amendment. We are completely fine with the solution that the Planning Commission came up with. We would prefer that we not have to go through a plat amendment in order to have this effectuated, that it be something that we just operate through the HOA. And I can get to that, but we're fine having it be a plat amendment. I don't know I'm assuming if it is a plat amendment, we've got to go back through Planning Commission.
Just council.
Just council, okay, so we go back through council. So in my mind, the way that I think about it is, if it were to be, hypothetically, if it were to be approved today based off Planning Commission's recommendation, that is in effect effectuated, right? Like you've got that in place. Then you've got to go through sort of the perfunctory exercise of just recording the actual easement on the plat. The one thing that we would like the council to stipulate, to the extent that they even agree with this, which, and we think that you guys should, is that you allow us to continue to process our building permits. We have 7 or 6 deposits, potentially another 7. It's taken us about 60 days to work through this process. We can't afford to stop, on construction of the one home that we have and construction of the others that we're working through and the building permits. So my thought is, to the extent that you guys can agree to this and you think that it works, that we just be permitted to continue to run our permits through the process, knowing that we have probably another, I don't know, how long would it take to get on the city council agenda and have the plat approved, which is just legal descriptions, right? We're just coming up with legal description. Another 2 weeks, Kelly? 3 weeks?
It depends on how many comments we have.
Of course, always. And that's my point. And what I would say is, you can withhold just say, look, we're not going to grant you a certificate of occupancy until the plat gets recorded, which would be 6 months away. But we just need to the extent that this works, we just need to be able to keep moving. Otherwise, we're going to lose these deposits and lose these buyers. And yeah.
To McKay's request, we had actually kind of talked about a memo of understanding with that. So if you choose to approve this, council, we already have something drafted that says that basically, if you choose to approve it, the plat amendment kind of would be, to McKay's point, like
just a
after the
perfunctory
fact,
exercise.
right? Kind of like this is really the decision point. And so the MOU would say, it's got to get that final plat approval before to make this official, and you're taking the risk, developer, in this regard. But we've already talked about that as an option again if council wants to do that. So staff would feel okay in that regard.
But they need to put that as part of the motion?
It couldn't hurt, certainly.
If you're looking to approve, then that would be part of the motion. Any questions of the developer? Okay, thank you, McKay.
Thanks.
Since this is a public hearing, at this time, we will go ahead and open up the item, which is a plat development major amendment to Apple Creek 10700. Public hearing is now open, and we'd like to come up and address. Come on up, Doug.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, my name is Doug Courtney and I'm a resident of Highland. I'm speaking tonight to encourage you to deny the request to amend the Apple Creek PD. I've spent a great deal of time thinking about it since it came before the Planning Commission last week. I was here at the meeting and paying attention and then thinking about it. I've concluded that it's bad public policy and that it creates a bad perception for the city. I believe it's bad public policy to establish that lots need not fully contain the structures built on them. It's one thing to allow 0 lot line construction. -2 lot line construction is a very different thing, and it's something that I don't believe we should allow in Highland. Even more importantly, I believe approval of this request would create a bad perception that the city is willing to roll over on violations simply because the structure has already been built. The PD did not permit these encroachments. The building permit application did not include these encroachments. The approved building permit specifically reiterated that these encroachments were forbidden. The builder constructed them anyway. This appears to be a case of a builder willfully ignoring zoning regulations after concluding that forgiveness would be easier to acquire than permission. I don't believe it would be in our best interests to provide this forgiveness. Now, the Planning Commission unanimously approved this request. That should give you pause when considering denial. Still, you are not bound by the Planning Commission's advisory vote. If we considered a commission deciding as binding, we considered a commission decision as binding, then the Planning Commission would be the land use authority in Highland. And it is not. The council is the land use authority in Highland. If the commission makes a recommendation with which you have substantive disagreement, you have a right and a duty to vote differently. Because this request is bad public policy and because the perception it would create is harmful to the city, I hope you find substantive reason to disagree with the Planning Commission. I encourage you to protect Highland and to deny this request. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to come up and address the council on this item? Seeing none, we'll now close the public hearing and bring it back to discussion amongst the council or a motion.
Can I ask a question for McKay?
Yeah, that's okay. McKay, go ahead and...
So I'm reading the brief that Rob prepared, and I just had a question. I wanted you to maybe respond to it. He said the developer proceeded to construct the villa with roof eaves along the 0 lot line contrary to the construction plans and the requirements of the city's building official. No explanation has been given as to why the construction plans do not show the roof eaves or why the builder did not build the villa pursuant to the approved construction plans. So I just wanted to give you a chance to respond to that.
Yeah, we have, Kelly referenced that when the PD was approved, 3 out of the 5 elevations did not have eaves, but 2 of them did. And we had several different architectural styles that we were contemplating when we got the PD approved. Some of them were more modern and had flat roofs and didn't have eaves that protrude, and others had gables that had eaves that protrude. We just assumed that it was an intuitive part, and maybe we made a presumptuous assumption that the eaves were going to protrude over the 0 lot line. It was just the assumption that we made. When Hillwood, the builder, came in and started building, I don't know why they didn't include it in the builders in the plans themselves, but it was just a disconnect between the builder and the developer. And so I think that's probably the best explanation that I have, except to say that we have just always assumed that when 0 lot line construction was approved, that we were going to have an eave that overhung. In talking with some of the building officials, they were fine with a rain gutter protruding, which is about 6 inches, but the idea that an eave protruded, even though technically it didn't create a conflict in the actual, and then we're getting into all the legal crap that we went back and forth with it. I don't want to get into, I don't want to bore you guys with it, but we still meet the IBC code from a fire rating standpoint. We're still outside of that 5-foot width, and so we're not creating a fire hazard. It therefore becomes an issue of, as far as a minor amendment versus a major amendment, over whether or not the council feels comfortable with having an eave versus a rain gutter that's in off of a 0 lot line. And so I know that they've brought up a handful of cities. It is something that's done every day on 0 lot line construction. It's done all over the country. And so it's not unique. I think that it's something that we're just doing a bit of cleanup. So.
So I have a question for Kelly. So you said this issue has come forth in Ridgeview, which is our other high-density neighborhood, and the developer kind of backed away from doing this when the building permit fellow talked with him, right? They decided to kind of revise things, took Reeves off. So
Correct.
if we make this decision in favor of the applicant today, how does that affect Ridgeview? I assume it has to apply to them just as well, right?
In order for it to apply for them, we'd have to go through a similar process, because it's also a PD. But like with how the plats are recorded currently, and that PD would, similar to this one, we would not allow it.
So even if we approve it for this development, it doesn't approve it for Ridgeview unless they go through the same
Is that
process.
correct, Rob, our city attorney?
That is absolutely correct. Because each PD is essentially its own unique zoning district, the council can set the specific rules for each PD or PUD, and that can include rules that modify kind of the general standards. So the Apple Creek 10700 PD is different from the Ridgeview PD, and the fact that Ridgeview got something doesn't mean that Apple Creek got it, and vice versa. So if you grant it to Apple Creek, doesn't mean that anyone else would be entitled to it. They could certainly, file for a PD amendment just as Apple Creek has, but that would still be up to the council.
But that means that there are other possible places that might want to do this, something similar, that have yet to be developed.
Potentially, but I don't think there's many PD areas left in the city that would even be normally considered for this. You kind of designated town center as the area, and then the Ridgeview area. I don't think you have very many other PDs left, but if one did come up, I could see someone asking for a similar type thing.
And Ridgeview was similar but different. The eaves were not crossing over property lines. It would just, they were getting too close together, right? Too close to setback. So it was similar but a different issue.
I guess I've already talked to McKay about this. Brittany and I were able to take a tour of one of the townhomes and see kind of what the issues are. And I am fine following Planning Commission's recommendations along with staff recommendations, and also doing the memorandum of understanding, or so they can continue building as is. I think I've done the research in order to make that decision.
Are you ready to make a motion? Is there other discussion?
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion if you guys are.
Have discussion.
I would just, I do not agree with Kim on this one.
That's okay.
I think
We're still
that
friends.
there was lots of options for them not to do this. I think from all of the material that I have read and the information I have, I would strongly disagree. So I'm not in favor of this.
I disagree as well. And for some of the same reasons. I think it sets a bad precedent, and we've been trying to follow the rules in the city and the code as closely as we can. So I worry a little bit about doing this. But I understand where the applicant's coming from, and I think the development will be very nice, but I'm a little disturbed that all of this happened without, after the fact.
Do other council members want to chime in, or do you want to just wait for a motion?
I'm ready for the motion.
Okay. I'll make a motion. I move that the, I'm going to do those. I move that the City Council approve the proposed amendment to the Apple Creek Plan Development relating to building encroachments onto adjacent private properties with the 5 stipulations recommended by the staff. And those are the 5 stipulations there. I won't read them out. Along with, Erin, what do I say for the?
A stipulation that an MOU is agreed to between the applicant and staff to allow building to continue, subject to the stipulations being met.
During the plat amendment process.
And the plat amendment process.
Okay, so what Erin said.
Okay, I have a motion by Kim. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Kim, second by Tim. We'll now go to vote. That motion fails 3-2. Is there another motion? Do we need another motion to not approve since this motion
No.
failed?
We don't need another motion.
What was the alternative?
Maybe you can, if there's some that wanted to, you're just asking for an explanation why they voted no?
I guess that he's asking now what is McKay, the alternative that McKay has to do.
I mean, basically, they now have to, unless there's another motion that you guys want to consider maybe changing something, they would have to follow the PD as outlined. You've denied this amendment, meaning the roof overhangs that they're requesting can't happen.
Is there any other motions? If there's not, we will.
So, I mean, I guess I would like to say, because I was with Kim and we met with McKay, I was a little more bothered by it once I read the staff report that was put together about the instruction that had been given to them and then that was not followed. And then kind of, I guess, what we heard from other cities, that this is not something that is happening that regularly. So, you know, I would like to find a way forward for McKay, because I know this has been quite the process already for years before this. So I guess I'm just trying to think if there's any other option or anything else that can be done as a compromise. But I do think that we have to follow the rules.
So I guess the question is, does the building have to have an eave on the side? Because, I mean, they could remove the eave. Does the building have to have an eave?
And one thing I did speak on, actually, we've told the applicant this, but they have the option to appeal to the appeal authority, and they've actually already filed that appeal, but they wanted to see what happened with this process first. And so that is still an option that they can choose to move forward with if they would like to. But I would, to your question, Mayor, I would leave that to the applicant to answer.
Right, okay. I mean, would the council still like to hear on that, or are we done with the vote? I mean, that's it.
I'm done.
Okay, so, Brittany, if there's 3 council members who are done, then there's
Maybe I can just.
Well, just a second, I've not done this side. Is there a reason to have further discussion on this item?
I would like to hear what he has to say in response.
Yeah, I think, so 2 things, Brittany. So the option that we're left to now is we just cut off the eave on one side of the house. And so we have a bunch of homes that, after all the time and effort that we've put into not only the architecture, engineering, and also the PD, that we're going to have homes that have eaves on one side. If that's something that the city feels comfortable with, then that's something that the city feels comfortable with, is just homes with one eave on one side. Because I have a 10-foot setback on one side of the house, I can't move the house over. I'm stuck. Zip. So there's no alternative at this point. So that's why when we came to the city, we said, look, all we have to do is record an easement that goes between each one of the properties that allows that eave to overhang. It's a simple solution. Now, if what you're saying is, in principle, you guys, we set rules and you guys didn't abide by those rules, I understand that you have staff's report, but we didn't submit the attorney's appeal, which is just basically a lawsuit. That's all it is. It's we make an appeal, and then we file a lawsuit, and we go through all of the disagreements that we have with staff and everybody else over how we got here. So that's option number 2, and then is just fighting it out in court, which we don't want to do, obviously.
So because there's been some threat of legal, I mean, I just think we got to be a little careful.
No, that's what I'm just saying. That's what the appeal process is, Kurt. I'm not threatening.
I have an
a lawsuit.
additional question. At the point, how many homes were built when you first found out this was a problem? One. And how many homes were built after
0.
you found this?
0.
So there's only one.
So that's why what we've said is, look, we own all of the land. We own everything. And so while we still own everything, we can go in and record an easement in between every single lot. Once we sell them, obviously we can't do that. But while we still own everything, we can just file it, or we can just record an easement between every single lot. It'll be buttressed with agreements in the HOA and an easement with the city that prohibits anything and everything that we prescribe in that easement, which was outlined here.
So maybe I've misheard, because I thought you said I can't move over all of those homes.
I can't shift them, meaning.
You can't
meaning
shift them on the plan.
you cannot shift the home over. I've got a 10-foot setback. Now, if the city wants to amend that, and then we shift it, but why, when this is a perfectly reasonable solution to a very, very simple problem, is just to record an easement on the property. It's just a completely simple solution moving forward.
So council, we've had a vote, unless there's a different motion, we're either done with this or there can be a different motion.
Can I make one comment?
Yeah.
So I appreciate your frustration with this, and I know you're going to build a very nice development and different things, but it seems like some things weren't done up front with the assumption that it'd be okay. I do get really disturbed as an elected official when people who don't get their way threaten to sue us. And so maybe that's the way developers work, and I understand, but I think that's a little uncomfortable for me.
Let me just clarify. An appeal, that's just, I'm not threatening to sue. That's that's the appeal process. That's the way the process works out, is that's just effectively what it is.
Well, we like to think of it as an appeal process, but I'm a little uncomfortable when a developer in a public meeting threatens to sue us. Because you didn't get the vote you wanted.
No, that's not, look, these are real dollars and cents for us. I've got 6 buyers that are out there. I've been shut down virtually on moving forward on our development over this issue. We walked into this with saying, hey, council, you approve 0 lot line. It's built in. It's baked in. And again, I don't want to go through and relitigate everything that our attorneys have gone back and forth. You have staff's presentation, which Brittany, you read and were disturbed by. We can send you all of our correspondence and everything that we believe. All I'm saying is, I don't even want to talk about anything on that. We're just saying, look, this is a simple cleanup and a simple solution. And the reason why, Scott, it's meaningful for us is because it will virtually shut down that development. It will come to a screeching, grinding halt. Everything that we paid for to develop there is done. And I'm going to.
Okay, let me ask you, why can you not just do it with the eaves? I mean, you still
houses with no eaves.
On one side.
Yeah, on the one side.
So you want us to build homes with eaves on one side? I mean, find me another development in the city that does that. Again, it's going to damage our ability to sell the homes. I don't think anybody wants to see homes with eaves on one side.
I'm just saying that it doesn't stop you. That's an option you choose to not put the eaves. I mean, you could either say, no, I want to go forward. We have an appeal authority. So Rob, the steps that can happen right now for 10700 is to go to appeal authority. Is that correct? Which I understand that it sounds like you've already moved forward
we've already started
that step. And then that appeal authority can rule in a certain way. Is this decision administrative or legislative that we're making at this time?
So the decision you are making tonight is a legislative decision. So this is not appealable per se. It is the staff's decision early on to say that this would require a major amendment because it wasn't allowed under the city's building code, or under building code and the city's code. That's the decision being appealed, is that back one. It was, well, let's see if we can amend the PD to allow this. And this is legislative here.
Council, is there anything else you're needing here? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll now move on to item number 5, which is an action item. It's a zoning approval of Bliss Beauty Lounge LLC. Kelly, what do you have?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. All right, so this, okay. This is in our residential professional zone. If you're familiar with the building just north of, well, it's on the north side of Timpanogos Highway, that like anodyne and dental office building that's white. That's, okay, sorry, I should have shown an elevation of this, but I don't have it in the presentation. But that's the structure that we're talking about. They applied for a commercial business license for Bliss Beauty Lounge LLC in the residential professional zone. In the residential professional zone, these are the permitted uses outlined in the zone. Okay, sorry, my brain. Okay. And so as far as Bliss Beauty Lounge, their request, oh my gosh, y'all, I'm so sorry. My brain, guys, I'm pregnant. Okay. And
Is this an announcement?
And,
Kelly, maybe
too
when is
far
it you're
along.
expecting? So when
In
is it?
August. A boy. There you go. Okay. In the business application, they described their business as allowing hair and like hairstyling services, and then esthetician like skin services like facials, and then what was it? It was hair. And it was, yep, I'm just gonna stop right there. Anyways. Essentially, they were asking for additional salon services that are not specific to the esthetician license. And so that's why we deemed it not being a permitted or a specifically outlined permitted use in the RP zone. In the RP zone, it outlines that other types of stores or services which the Planning Commission and City Council determined to be compatible with the intent of the zone could be permitted. And then in number 9, it outlines the process that would go through, or the things that y'all would need to consider to allow it as a use in the RP zone. So whenever a use has not specifically been identified in the foregoing classification, it shall be the duty of the City Planning Commission to recommend and the City Council to determine if said use is consistent with the intended use of the RP zone and is compatible with other listed uses and is compatible with the uses of adjacent properties. I had these flipped around, that's why. Okay, in the commercial application, this is the verbiage that was presented to us. Blowout and hairstyling services, facials, makeup, no cut or coloring. In reviewing the application, like I said, we said it wasn't a permitted use. In further discussion with the applicant, they further elaborated on the description of the use, saying that it's a medical care facility, that the manager is a master esthetician, and a nurse will be on the staff as well, and that the products and treatments are medical procedures and medical grade products which require a medical license to secure and administer. So that's why they were under the impression that it would just be a permitted use. However, because they're still wanting to offer the hairstyling services and makeup services that aren't related to that esthetician license, we still concluded that it would have to go through this process. And so as far as our staff review, our findings, we do find it compatible with the RP zoning and also compatible with the uses of adjacent properties. And then we also, in the code for the RP zone, it lists out specific nuisances that would be prohibited for any additional uses, and this does not contradict any of those. When this went to the Planning Commission, they reviewed it and they did recommend approval of the proposed use. And this would be a motion to approve. We as staff also would recommend approval, and it does not require a public hearing.
And this, once again, they are not, it says no cutting or coloring. And I've
No
not ever
cut or
visited
coloring,
a service like this, so they're not going to be doing any hair cutting or?
Correct. It would just be like the blowout and hairstyling, so people maybe for prom or something are going to go there for a hairstyle. And they also sell makeup in addition to their facial services for their esthetician practice.
Any other information we need for staff?
How many people will be on their staff? How many people do we think that they'll be servicing in an hour or in a day?
That might be
Would you
a
like to have the
better
applicant
question
come
for
up?
Garen. The
I think
applicant
the
also is
applicant
present.
is
If you
here.
have
Darren Larson.
How many people will be on staff? How many customers do you expect in a day?
There's 7 hairstyling stations. So if they were all staffed, there could be like 7 people styling at the same time. I don't know.
Any other questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, can I have you state your name for the record,
Oh,
please?
I'm sorry. Please state your name.
Aaron Larson.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing, do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. I move the City Council approve the proposed use in the residential professional zone.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Brittany, second by Scott. No further discussion, we will now move to vote. That passes 5-0.
Mayor, could I request a 2-minute break?
Why don't we go, right now, it is 8:41. Can we go to like at 8:50? Would that be?
Sure.
Is that okay? So it's about a 10-minute break. We'll then come back to item number 6, which is the preliminary plat of Valencia.
Which is why everyone's here.
Okay, we want to welcome everyone back out to the Highland City Council meeting. It is 8:54. We will now resume our City Council meeting with item number 6, which is a preliminary plat for the Williamsview subdivision. Before we kind of get in, the discussion tonight will be really focused around the Williamsview plat. I know there's been a lot of questions. We've received some emails from residents asking about the connection 11-200, and staff or the rest of the council can kind of help. The 11-200, I guess the question is, I'll ask this to the attorney. So Rob, as we're looking at Williamsview, if it was approved to do a 66-foot opening there at 6,000 West, does that then mean that we have to approve the 11-200 North? Or is that something that is not part of this decision? Does that make sense? Is that a separate decision going on, or is that we make that decision, it affects this decision?
Yes. If I understand it correctly, the question is, does the decision on what to do with the width on the subdivision impact anything else? And the answer is, as a legal matter, no, it does not. The council will decide if, when, and whether to do any other road improvement projects, whether that's expanding the rest of the road to the east, or completing that construction that's highlighted in red, that connection there. That's all left to the council to decide, and would not be impacted by this.
So this is the 11-200 connection, not, when we approve, if we approved a 66-foot wide entrance at 6,000 West and 11-200, that does not mean that has to have that connection go through. Now the question, I guess, comes up, the reason why this even shows as a connection is in 2008, there was a transportation master plan that was done, and when the city did their general plan update. In that, they specified that this was going to connect through, and so the city then has now started collecting impact fees if that was future to be done. But the council can make a decision not to do that, correct? I mean, so it's not that they can make a decision, just because it's an impact fee, we don't have to make a decision to do it.
Correct. This is all just on the plan, and you can always amend the plan or decide to implement it in a different way or not at all. Plans change from time to time.
So as we kind of look at this discussion tonight, maybe to kind of help some of the residents, the city council in our upcoming budget, so it starts in July 1, we have put in a general plan update that has not happened since 2008. So we're going to try to go through the general plan update. It would be wise for us then to look at the transportation plan before we do our general plan update, because they kind of marry all part of that. That would then is when that discussion of the 11-200 North would be coming up and be more pertinent when we're looking at the transportation plan. The reason is because we've been collecting impact fees, it's hard to do any modification because it's been part of a plan. That does not mean, like I said, this does not have to go through. It's just part of a plan right now that was approved in 2008 as part of our transportation plan. The city council, at that time, whoever's on the city council can vote yes or no on that connection, and then they would have to decide on how they would work through that if that's to be done. Tonight's discussion is more going to be focused around the Williamsview subdivision that's over on 6000 West. Now with that, we also had some other emails that was submitted concerning lot number 1 and lot number 2, and I've asked the staff, as they look at their presentation tonight, to look at some possible ways to address the concern. The concern was, as we see the plat map as we go through the presentation, I want you all to look at lot number 1. It appears that it comes out fairly close to where that intersection's at 6000 West. And so there were some concerns that were raised through email, which I think was a wise concern, that could be a safety issue. So I've asked the staff to look at that. But we'll now let the staff go through their presentation. There will be time for public to come up and ask, address the council. The council then can answer on what they are seeing right now at this time and answer any of your questions. So Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. And so as far as just giving you a preliminary, our staff recommendation for the proposed preliminary plat, oh my goodness, okay, this is the planning commission, is to approve the proposed preliminary plat with these stipulations. We have 6 stipulations that we've outlined, and similar to the others, I'll go through them later as I give y'all a little more context. So this is the property. Like the mayor said, this is off of 6000 West and 11200 North. The property is zoned R140, and in our general plan land use designation, it is designated as low-density residential. This is the proposed preliminary plat. As far as square footages and frontages go, it meets our R140 requirements. It allows for 14 single-family lots. As far as road and utility access, they're accessing it off of 11200 North and 6000 West. There is a stipulation, or there was a staff comment, and that has been added to the plat. It's shown on this preliminary plat that no access is to be given to 6000 West, so 1, 4, and then 5 through 7 would not be allowed to have drive access off of 6000 West, so they would have to have their drives accessing off of, or their driveways accessing off of the other roads. Another issue that this preliminary plat involves is a TSSD line relocation. That's a Timpanogos Special Service District. This kind of dotted line shows the existing location of that TSSD line. The applicant has been working with TSSD to relocate that line to be in the road. This would give TSSD better access to their line, and it's just better to have public utilities inside of public roads. Another thing to note, this little parcel right here is parcel A. This would not be owned by the city. This would be owned by the developer or applicant. But essentially what that parcel is for, it's labeled as a 30-foot sewer and public utility easement. That TSSD line would hit the end of this cul-de-sac and come through here and just connect through the existing location for this TSSD line right here. The other part of this is the Lehigh irrigation ditch. In the staff report, there is an attachment for an agreement between Highland City, Lehigh Irrigation, and Patterson Development. As part of the Sunrise Farms development, essentially we use a Lehigh irrigation ditch for our tailwater for our well number 4. And so that's why we participated in this agreement. It's a cost-sharing agreement between Patterson Development, us, and Lehigh Irrigation. The purpose of it is to, currently our tailwater is going off into the Longhorn property south of Sunrise Farms. When that Longhorn property eventually develops, our water needs to go somewhere. Lehigh Irrigation's water needs to go somewhere, and so the idea is to redirect that water up into Dry Creek. And so that cost sharing is the redirecting and piping of the water up to Dry Creek. And so because this is being developed and we're going to have an open road in 6000 West, the idea was to do the construction all at the same time. That way we don't have to go into a new road. And we've worked with the developer, and sorry, I'm going to go back as I say this real quick. It would be a full reimbursement to the developer. Like I said, those three parties would be reimbursing engineering costs and construction costs for that Lehigh irrigation piping. As far as citizen participation, for the public hearing that was held at Planning Commission, all the appropriate noticing was sent out. We also sent radius notices to that 500-foot radius for the public hearing at Planning Commission. Before Planning Commission and now, I put 20 plus because I don't know exactly what it is now at this point, but we've received several comments from residents, majority of them relating to that 11200 North connection, which, like the mayor stated, is not what's on the table tonight. But he did raise the concern that I'm going to address in just a moment. Like the mayor said, so 11200 is designated as a 2-lane residential collector in our in our transportation master plan. Our 2-lane residential collectors are designated with a 66-foot wide right-of-way. Here's the cross-section that's found in the general plan. As part of that, part of our staff recommendation was to, in taking consideration that to the east of this subdivision, the other subdivision was developed in the 90s and was approved with a 56-foot right-of-way. Understanding that that's what is existing, staff's recommendation was to simply on the east side connect to the existing 56-foot of right-of-way, and then flare out into a 66-foot wide flared intersection. I want to clarify, 66 feet would be the total width. For this portion, he would only be dedicating an additional 5. It's not, the 10 feet would be on both sides. This, what we're talking about, would be flaring 5 feet for Mr. Howden's parcel. That stipulation number 5 does mention a triangle that the city owns, like city-owned right-of-way, and that is this portion right here. There is a jog in the property line where we have additional right-of-way that we would not need for our right-of-way requirement for 6000 West. We would prefer to have the lot lines go right up against the sidewalk, just like they typically do. We wouldn't want to have an additional parcel that we may need to maintain in the future, whatever it may be. And so the idea was to essentially vacate this property as right-of-way and give it to the developer to add to lots 5, 6, and 7 to line that up with the back of the sidewalk on 6000, and then essentially swap it with the property that would be dedicated for a 66-foot flared intersection. Our engineering department drew up a couple of drawings as to what this flared intersection would look like in the future. So again, the intent is for when you're at that intersection going west on 11200 North, waiting at 6000, that when you have these people queued up waiting to turn left, that people would be able to safely have enough room to come out and turn right. Here's another example that just shows how it lines up with in Sunrise Farms. So you have the option of going straight from this intersection into Sunrise Farms. So this is addressing the comment that Mayor brought up of a concern of drive accesses close to that intersection. An idea simply to just meet zoning. So for R140 with the 14 lots, they're allowed to have up to 3 lots less than 30,000 square feet with a minimum of 20,000 square feet. And so what the resident proposed was switching lot 14 with 1 and 2, so making 1 and 2 just be 1 lot and then having 2 lots here. That's an option. And another option could be splitting Lot 5 and having 2 lots here and 1 lot here. Essentially, if the council wanted to add this as a stipulation or look further into it, this is the verbiage that we've drafted or we would recommend, just as far as, so just that no drive access shall be permitted on 11200 North within 150 feet of the intersection on 6000 West. 150 feet is where that flared intersection would begin. So that's the purpose of it. So not having a driveway within that flared intersection would be the purpose of that. I want to note too, that's not in our original staff recommended stipulations. If the council wanted to add that, they would have to add that to their motion. Okay, now the Trails Master Plan. In our Trails Master Plan, it has along 6000 a proposed main city trail. Right now we're working on an active transportation plan through Horax Engineering alongside Alpine City. It's a joint effort where we have funding from MAG to go through this with Alpine City, and it has not yet been presented or approved by the city council yet, but in our active transportation plan, or the recommendations that we've seen from Horax so far, for that stretch of land, it's anticipated that it would be an on-street facility rather than an off-street facility, meaning we wouldn't need to require additional right-of-way or need additional right-of-way for a trail there. And so as far as staff recommendation, it was, simply removing or allowing them to go by the future active transportation plan rather than having them abide by this Trails Master Plan. Another thing to note, so they will be required to have a theme wall on 6000 West. We want to bring this up just because it's something that is unique. On lots 6 and 7, you see this is the existing grading that is being shown here, where you see the very, very steep slopes. Because of that, they do need to have retaining to get the sidewalk at the level that it should be. And so to create a cohesive looking theme wall fence, what we came up with the developer was to, I'm just gonna follow with my mouse, but here, where you don't need retaining, it would just be that a 6-foot theme wall fence. And then here where it starts to need retaining, about right here, that bottom portion of the fence would become retaining wall. And then as you go up, it would end up being 6 feet of retaining. And so when you're on 6000, you're gonna see just a 6-foot wall where half of it is actually retaining and the rest of it is just fence. And that was just to make it look as aesthetically pleasing as we could with the circumstances that we were in. When this went to the Planning Commission, they held the necessary public hearing. There were 3 residents that participated in addition to the applicant that also participated. The commissioners, I wanted to know, they, in their discussions, discussed the option of requiring the 66 feet of right-of-way, but then constructing the road as a 56-foot road, because they were concerned about having to, if we ended up needing that right-of-way later, having to acquire it. Another commissioner brought up the concern of having additional land that we may not need and may need to maintain, and didn't want to put that extra burden on the city. And sorry, I'm kind of just going through what the process, because they did have extensive discussion on this. One commissioner moved to recommend approval with the stipulations recommended by staff. So that would be that 66-foot flared intersection, and there was no second. And then another commissioner moved to recommend approval without that 66-foot right-of-way stipulation, and then it passed 3-1. This would be a motion to approve. If the city council decides to approve, it would just be those 6 stipulations. Like I said, if you wanted that additional 7th, you would have to add that. These are those stipulations. The first 3 are pretty standard. Number 4 is that regarding that TSSD sewer line, and that they would have to have all their construction plans and everything approved by TSSD, and if TSSD for some reason ends up denying it, that sewer line easement would need to be adjusted and be recorded on the plat for where the existing sewer line is. Number 5 is that 66-foot wide flared intersection and that property swap discussion I showed y'all on that map. And then number 6 is that staff will coordinate with the developer regarding that construction of the Lehigh irrigation ditch and moving forward with a reimbursement agreement in the future. And then this would be if the council wanted to motion to approve based on the PC or Planning Commission recommendation, and so it would just be these 5 stipulations minus that 66 feet of right-of-way.
And then, but if they felt that that lot number 1, you wanted to have a stipulation
You
of
would have to add
150
that
feet, that would
separately.
have to be added on.
Correct.
Okay, any questions of staff?
Kelly, just to clarify, would you put the plat back up, please? Okay, from what I heard, the implication is that anytime in the future, if the thoroughfare is required according to the transportation plan, then you would have to widen the non-flared section by 10 feet and encroach upon those existing lots to do so. So if we approve this, we're saying this could happen in the future and you're going to lose 10 feet. If they lose 10 feet, does that mean that they're going to be outside of zoning? So it seems like one without the other doesn't make any sense. We should, because that wouldn't be fair to homeowners. Then we're going to say, you're in violation of zoning. So you've got to create 10 feet of land out of, what, nothing?
Okay. Typically in circumstances like that where when you have building permits approved based on the building permits are approved based on their current property lines. And so yes, sometimes we have road projects that come through that take some of that property perhaps through eminent domain or purchase a property, whatever it is. But essentially because it was permitted, the location of the building was permitted by the city. No, it technically doesn't follow our current ordinance, but it would be grandfathered in. Does that make sense? There would be a concern if the new road was too close to the home.
So if you go 10 feet in, what is the easement?
So this would be 5 feet
What's
in.
the easement along that road? How far in is the easement?
How far in
Or
is
the
easement?
buildable?
Oh, so the setback on these
Setback, sorry.
roads, so no, you're good.
Setback.
It would have to be 30 feet away from these property lines.
Okay, so basically you'd be taking 40 feet from, so if they have a pool, sorry, fill it in, we're going to put
So
a road
for
over.
66 feet of right-of-way, we have to think of like center line. So going from 56 feet to 66 feet, you would be requiring 5 feet on this side. And so say in the future, this switches to a 66 feet of right-of-way. Essentially, if the buildings just meet the 30-foot setback exactly, they would be 25 feet from their new property line. Does that make sense?
And we do that retroactively because now they can build, and then we're going to, up to that particular setback, they can put a structure there. So now we're saying, we've moved the goalpost, you have.
Tim, this might help answer your question, because past this subdivision here, the road width size going there to the east is 56 feet, correct?
Correct.
So I think the question would be, and it's staff, let's assume the approval tonight was 56 feet. I would assume a lot of the residents are saying, okay, we just won, we're not getting that connection. Does that stop the connection if the council approves the 56 feet? Is that the signal for the residents to say, that road's not going through because they don't have 66 feet at the mouth, right there, that subdivision? Or is that still a decision that has to be made down in the future? Am I making myself clear on that one?
I guess it would be, would this approval supersede the transportation plan?
Okay, lots of questions. Whether or not to make that connection in the place where it's not connected has nothing to do with this approval. That's just a decision you're going to have to make.
What about if we don't do the 66 feet? Does it say, hey, we've just taken care of the 11,200 connection?
The council could still approve it or could still not approve it. You'd still have to make that affirmative decision at some point. I mean, we have lots of places in the city where we have roads that, sizes vary at different points. We kind of line them up. The fact that on one side it's 66 feet and the other side it's 56 feet might mean the council connects the, does 66 feet to the rest of it, or just leaves it at 56, or does something else. All of that is, you're not deciding that tonight.
So Tim, am I helping answer your question? Because I think you were wondering, hey, if that road went through, do we need to widen? I guess what I was trying to understand, are you thinking we need to widen all the property along it to 66 feet? Was that kind of your question?
I guess my point is that, does the transportation plan supersede this approval? Because if it does, then they lose 10 feet. Then are they out of zoning laws? Because it goes from 21,000 square feet to, well, whatever percentage less that is, a significant percentage, probably under 20,000.
So what happens in those cases, I mean, again, it'd be 5 feet in on that side. What we do is, when the city, through eminent domain, and this is true kind of through all cities I've worked with, when we take property away and we have made a lot non-conforming, meaning you had a certain amount of square footage you needed to make your lot meet R140, and the city took that away from you, through eminent domain. What the cities do is say, we're going to treat the property, your setbacks, from your original property line, because it's not fair to you, resident, that we have now shifted your line. We've done that for, I can't remember the roads, we've done that when we've had takings in the city, 6800 West. We did that exact thing, and the property owners were rightly concerned about that, and we even wrote it, I think, into an agreement where we said we will treat your setbacks from the original property line, even though we've now moved this road further in. So that addresses, I think, part of the question. The other part is the general plan does show a 66-foot right-of-way. That doesn't necessarily supersede this approval. Your approval is for whatever your approval is. These people, whoever buys these lots or owns these lots in the future, if the city doesn't require the right-of-way now, if we go acquire it later, we'll have to go through the whole eminent domain process. It would be a very public process. We've done it before. I think you've been on the council for some. I know Councilmember Smith has. It's very public. If that's a decision the council decides to make in the future, we'd go through a very public process to decide how and if we want to do that.
I can't read this, it's a little bit blurry. So the dimension on the north-south parallel sides, what is that dimension?
So the width of the lot?
The lot, yes. Like, let's say lot 1. No, not the width. Well, if you're looking at it with a north-south orientation, isn't this north-south?
East-west.
Oh, that's east-west. Okay, what is the east?
West-east.
Oh, so it is. Okay. So what is the... so it would take away this way then, right? Okay. All right.
So if you strictly wanted to follow the transportation plan and do 66 feet, you can, right? But to Kelly's point, further east, yes, the road is 56 feet. We took that into consideration and came up with this, what we thought was a fair compromise of the flared intersection, where it ends up being 66 feet at the intersection and then flares down to 56 feet to match to the east. Truthfully, it does not follow letter of the law of the transportation plan. We thought that it was a good compromise.
For me, I went and drove it. I read a lot of emails. And I like the 66 flared at the intersection because I think that keeps residents safe. And I think if I lived in the neighborhood, I would want that. And I think we can't have someone trying to get in their driveway as people are trying to get out on that road. So I like that. But I don't think there's any need or reason that we would ever make that road go all the way through. And with that being said, I wanted to ask fire and police if they see any problem with that not going through, if that puts any residents at risk, if they've had any problems, because it hasn't gone through for a very long time. So I wanted to ask that, but at this point, I don't see any reason why it should go through, but I like the 66 flared at the end.
There are not any issues for law enforcement if that does not go there. I don't see any issues.
And that answered my question, because if there's no safety reason for it to go through, and I came off of Timpanogos, and came at it from the east. And then, of course, it ends, went back onto Tim, drove down one block, came around the other side, drove it both ways. It just didn't make sense that it would ever go through. So that's my mindset, because I know that's a question the residents are going to have, is what is my opinion going to be if once we have to make the next decision about the transportation plan coming down the road and the master transportation plan. And I think the other thing is when we do that plan, master plan coming up, that we really need to put this to bed on the master plan so that the residents don't have to keep coming back to us saying, hey, what about this? What about this? And let's just put it to bed.
No, sir, this came up as a surprising thing for us as a council until last week. I mean, until it probably showed up, we did not know there was a concern, because we were not looking past the subdivision, worried about how is their connection. We'd heard about, to be honest, there was always this famous house that had a garage. They kept saying that was in a road. But that's been going on, I think, for how long? So Scott, you probably have heard about this more than a lot of others.
Actually, I haven't heard a lot about it, but I'd just like to reflect a few things. I guess on our general plan transportation, it has 11-200 as a collector road. The problem with the collector roads that we build in the city is the wider they are, the higher the speeds go up. So I just had a collector road built behind me, and the speed limit on Canal Boulevard is supposed to be 30. I'm not impressed that anybody follows that speed limit, especially behind me. But we just had last weekend, farther west on Canal Boulevard, we had somebody speeding along there, knocked out several trees, almost went into somebody's house. The problem with collector roads is sometimes we build them to be minor arterial. So Alpine Highway is a minor arterial with higher speeds. Timpanogos Highway, SR 92, and North County Boulevard are designed to be major arterials. But I think to preserve the feel in Highland, we need not to keep building more collectors and turning them into minor arterials. And so I would like to keep that road at 56 wide, and I'm not so sure it needs to connect. Now, my question for you, Andy, is on that intersection with the flared 66, is it so you can have a turning lane going left and south on 6,000?
Yeah, so I wanted to be able to weigh in a little bit about the staff recommendation, right? Because let's go through the process of how this all comes about, right? Because the city sets up a general plan and says, okay, staff, your job is to make sure that this plan is implemented, right? Take it across the board, any of our general plans, make sure those are implemented as the city continues to grow. So from the staff side, it's our job to say, hey, this is a 66-foot corridor on the master plan, and development, you've got to build that because that's what the plan tells us we've got to build. In this case, as Aaron said, we looked at it and said, well, contextually, it's probably not a reality that we're going to come back and completely widen the sections of 11-200 that are 56 feet. So how do we, replicate that function, if you will, but be context sensitive to, what's been built. And so one of the major things that influences your road capacity or your function on a road is how your intersections perform. So we looked at it and said, the most logical thing to do is make the intersection perform a little better by adding a right turn lane, because as time goes on and 6,000 continues to get busier, you will wait longer to make a left turn. So make it so that a left or a through. So make it so that if you want to make a right turn, it's a fairly easy movement. You don't have to wait for both lanes of travel. That intersection functions at a higher level.
But the left turn's the problem, isn't it?
Well, the left turn or the through could be the problem, right? Because that's where you've got to wait for both lanes of travel. If you're just going right, you've only got to wait for that to get a gap going north, right? And so you aren't stuck 3 cars back, just wanting to, take your kid around the corner to go to their friend's house or whatever it is. So in that regard, it's incumbent on staff to say, okay, here's the master plan, this is what you have to do. In this case, it was like, well, maybe there's a blend or a context sensitive, solution that we can find that will meet the intent of that, but be sensitive to where we are today. I think as you look at whether or not this road should connect, what I would encourage is that, just like you will with the entire master plan, that needs to be given thorough study and thought to the system as a whole, to the city as a whole. I don't know what the right answer is that the council is going to come to. I personally, and I want to speak to Councilmember Peterson's concerns, I do have a safety concern on Public Works side, in that we had an accident this year, and unfortunately one of our staff members was injured on SR 92. We have some vehicles that don't really travel at SR 92 speeds that we have to take around the city and maintain things with, and there is not a lot of applicable east-west travel modes besides 92. And as we know, 92 is a big road these days. So I do have some concerns. Does that mean that this automatically has to connect for all travel? I don't know. That's something we've got to figure out in the future. But I think there is a whole picture that we need to look at with this, and that, I think, is in the greater scope and context of the whole transportation plan. When we look at that and what's the right decision, certainly we're going to weigh in the opinion of the residents, and that's going to weigh heavily. But I think that that's just a separate decision. And I think it's unfair to hold up the developer. He's acquired a piece of land. He needs to move forward. So we need to, look at the land use for this subdivision, try to figure out the best solution we can. It makes us feel good that we've done the best with where we know today. And then, unfortunately, the connection or no connection or whatever is decided there needs to be, something that's we've come into with a little thought, deliberation, and I would say the way that these things go with a few meetings. Look, a chance to look, talk, think, come back, look, talk, think. Right? That's our process, and so I just think that we need to do the best we can with this, and then we need to let that connection decision play out in its appropriate course.
Andy, when you refer to certain types of equipment that wouldn't be suitable for SR 92, what would you be referring to?
Well, I have to drive them on there right now, but we have our big lawn mowers that the blades kind of flip up, and they're so big that we don't put them on the trailer to drive around. The big ones that
how wide are those? Flipped up.
Well, flipped up. They're car width flipped up, but they don't travel. The speeds on 92 are 45 to 50 miles an hour, right?
As is, you can go through there if it's the width of a vehicle.
Well, I can't today the way that it's right now. We'd have to open it up to be different. If you're talking about the little pathway right now today.
Well, yeah, the narrow road, yeah.
Because it's not really a road today. I mean, it's not set up to drive through there as the cut through, if you will. That is an option. But there's no curb cut or anything. It's just a sidewalk today.
I was just wondering if we could modify it.
It's a
leave it how it
possibility.
is, just for designed for city use for equipment,
Yes.
to provide that safety without
Yes.
having to exercise eminent domain on multiple dwellings.
I think that what you're asking is one of the possibilities that needs to be on the table. Can we find something that can be used for emergency purposes and for transportation purposes, and yet limits the connectivity? I think that is an option that needs to be on the table.
Okay.
As we look forward, and it's certainly a possibility. And I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that
It just seems like a good option to achieve two purposes. Future certainty for current residents, and also a way to get city vehicles through, and for safety purposes. So you have safety, you have security. It seems, no?
I just want to go on. I think this is just about the plat and what we need to do right now. And I like what Andy said is the through street is just a different discussion, which is going to require a lot more research, a lot more meetings, and really a lot more talking with our residents who've been there and understand it, and our staff, to figure out the best situation for our city. So I like what staff has presented so far. I think we're kind of all along the same lines of that 66 flare out there for safety purposes, but also at the same time not discussing the.
So Rob, let me just ask, so it's the 66-foot flare out, and I understand there's probably two things here, but I see where it says city-owned right-of-way. Are we trading the developer that property for this 66-foot flare right-of-way?
Yes, Kelly can explain that a little bit more, but.
I'm just saying,
Yes, essentially, we own that little piece of land that we can't do anything with up there, but you see in their plat that they have to kind of build around us. We would be giving them that, incorporating their lots, and in exchange, they'd give us that additional flared out property.
The reason why,
Try to help
and I'm
offset
just going to be very transparent, the reason asking, because if we go and require this developer where it's a 56-foot road, we now require 66 feet, and there's no benefit to that developer, that we can then go and stand behind, oh, our transportation plan requires it, so you got to build. I'm just being transparent about that. We're going to make you require that because our transportation, is that what, or no, it appears the developer, if he's getting some property, also benefits by doing the 66 feet. When I saw this, I drove through that. I live over by 6400 West, and my road, I go out of my neighborhood, is 56 feet. I went and measured it. And I hate when the cars are coming down 6400 West and turn to my subdivision, I keep going, are you going to hit me as you turn? Are you going to hit me? And so I kind of like the 66 foot. To me, it's not a signal that we're trying to do a connection, 11200. To me, it was safety. And so that would be my question for public safety, is having a 66 foot, where you're going to be able to have a turn lane, that's more dedicated, and that, is this a safer intersection? A lot of it, then I'll ask a separate question that is now going to contradict what I'm talking about here. So, is the 66-foot intersection safer than a 56?
I don't know if I can speak to if it's safer or not. It allows us more maneuverability if we need to get to the intersection in an emergency situation. Cars are able to move left or right if we're approaching from behind as we try and navigate what's happening in that intersection and pause and then proceed to the intersection. It does allow us a little more visible a sight view going, in this particular case, north and south, because it is wider. I don't know if it necessarily makes it safer that it's wider.
My only concern is this is starting to go down a hill right at this time, so I wasn't sure if you get a better sight view with a little wider. Does that make sense? That was just one of the questions. And so, Council, if we don't have anything else, we can have the developer come up if we have questions for Mr. Howden, and then we can then open it up for public comment for them to be able to come. So, Mr. Howden, would you mind coming up and if there's some things you want to address to the council?
I very much would like to. I'm Chris Howden, as you guys know me. We've lived here for 27 years, and I noticed something peculiar that I've never seen in my 27 years of attending city council meetings. There was a very detailed and I think deliberate description of what went on at Planning Commission, who voted for multiple different motions. So I'm presuming that legally that sets a precedent that at every single thing we will be doing that. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents worth. I offered to pay for the speed table or anything to slow down traffic on 6000 West. The answer I've received so far is please wait till we complete the traffic calming toolkit study. I wait with bated breath, but I have low expectations. I'm here to respectfully ask the City Council to remove stipulation 5 and then also stipulation, I guess, 7, the other things that I'd never seen before, as a requirement, as well as to clarify stipulation 6. Stipulation 5, if I was a developer that lived outside of Highland, I would have no objection to this whatsoever. But I do live here. These are all of my neighbors, and I do have objections. We've just finished a discussion about safety on 6000 West. Patterson had a development approved that is right across the road. I approved that as a member of the Planning Commission, and I'll swap hats now and go back to being a citizen. Why was there not the same extended discussion about a flare-out if safety really was the priority? And I'm not being grumpy or disagreeable. I'm just saying what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So If it has nothing to do with safety, then what has it to do with? I quote from an email many of my neighbors have received in response to their concerns, and this is a direct quote. The proposal does not include or require any road widening where the Harris's existing garage is located, nor involves the planned 1200 North connection, unquote. I'm puzzled. The first part is obviously technically correct, but the latter can't be. How can stipulation 5 be a requirement because of the planned connection, but at the same time not involve the planned connection? Stipulation 5 is the proverbial camel's nose in the tent that will pave the way for the planned connection. As proposed by city staff, the sole reason that has been given to me in written and verbal, and as we've discussed in the packet that you have before you, the sole reason for the mandated 66 flare-out is, quote, because of the planned connection. It has nothing to do with traffic flow, safety, or anything else. With regards to the planned connection, 11200 North is one block north of SR 92 and attracts traffic that attempts to skip the traffic lights on SR 92. In my humble opinion, we do not need a redundant carotid artery through a peaceful subdivision, especially when there's a rather large arterial road just one block south of that. I would respectfully request that you remove stipulation 5 and subsequently, a decision for another day, not endorse the Plan Commission. I'm not just whining about our neighborhood, by the way. As you know, on the general plan, there's the similar thing that goes through Highland Glen Park. And I would also, not in my neighborhood, but I would also go down there and wave the flag and say, pretty please are the cherry on top, let's not do this. With regards to stipulation 6, the plan is to have the pipe come down 6000 West and terminate outside our property. The plan is not to put it through to Dry Creek. So personally, I don't want to wake up one morning like the citizens in Kaysville or Draper, as we've learnt in the news, and suddenly find out, oh, oops, the city has a large pipe and it's pouring millions of gallons of water down your driveway. So I would just prefer, you know, in our discussions, when you make the stipulation that we don't have to pay for the engineering, we don't have to pay for the construction, and additionally, I would ask you not to make this part of my construction bond requirement, because that's a pretty significant onerous imposition. So in summary, pretty please with the cherry on top. Let me pay for, I will pay for it. I'm not asking anything for the citizens. My daughter has permanent nerve damage because of an accident on 6000 West. That wasn't discussed at the Patterson meeting. Why? Well, my only assumption is I talk funny, and so somehow we get treated differently. Please, may I have a calming speed table or a flashing sign on 6000 West? Please remove stipulation 5, and please make sure that stipulation 6 will not cause an undue burden on us. I have not seen that sort of new idea of splitting the lots and all of that. I'm also not in favor of that. Thank
So let me ask you, so since you're here, can you go to that where it has the different lots? What happens, I think we had a resident send an email, so I talked this up. I apologize because this is late this afternoon. What it appears is lot number 1, where do you understand that their driveway and how they would exit out of that property?
So very similar to every other subdivision in Highland that has a 56-foot road. So presumably where that green little X is.
So that the question was, is if you take lot 1 and 2, and let's assume you shift it over to where lot number, is it 6, is it 5? It's about the same width, and when you put 5 over there, it's just you won't have anyone going out 11200. I think the question now comes, let me ask you, is this 150 foot from the intersection, is that been a requirement in other subdivisions, what Mr. Howden's talking about? Well, it's just anyone that could help answer what that requirement is.
Yeah, so I can answer that. That's why it's not part of your staff requirements right now, is because it for a residential subdivision that has not been required to date. Mr. Houghton indicated that the figure was provided at your request, so the council could deliberate the resident's request. To elaborate, I mean, to avoid conflicts at intersections improves your safety at intersections, right? But staff didn't make it as a requirement in any of our comments to date because it has not been thus followed. I think it's, again, something that I would like to talk about further. One of the elements of the traffic calming toolbox was to have them address our site distance and driveway access recommendations for some of these corridors and where it's appropriate and where it's not, so that we can have a little more clear guidance in our code to set the rules straight, if you will, going forward. Right now, 150 foot for residential, it's not something that we're required to date. So that would be, something that kind of came out of that resident's comment.
Questions or anything else, council, you need before we make a motion?
Just one quick question before we have the public hearing. I guess you're having.
No, we are going to have public hearing.
Okay, you're going to have public
I'm
hearing.
sorry, it's a motion.
Okay, so I'm just a little curious with this plan here. If the goal was not to connect 11-200 all the way, I mean, that's a discussion in the future. Why are we building a road on the south side of Lot 14? So it looks like we're just building the road and it's just all set up to
Oh, no, there's a
connect.
road there's already existing, 11-200 already exists.
Well, I know 11-200 exists, and it's just narrower as it goes there. I need to drive up through there again.
It's 50, so where it's going to connect, it's a 56-foot connection.
Right there.
Yeah, and so it would be 56 feet all the way down, except for stipulation number 5 would bump it out.
And it already exists on the south side of Lot 14.
It would be added, he'd put that when he built the subdivision.
Okay, so that was my question. If the goal is not to connect that road, or that's a discussion in the future, why are we building the road to connect? So it seems like we are making the decision that it will connect.
But I think that's a requirement of any subdivision. They have to finish the road that abuts.
Yeah, all they're doing is finishing the road frontage. The road already exists today. You drive on it today. These folks drive on it. There's just no curb gutter sidewalk.
Oh,
right, along
okay.
this
I need to
frontage.
drive that road again.
So, so if you go there today, the road connects. That's how most.
Yeah, we've
of these
been
folks
looking at
access
it
their
here, so I
homes
need to
and
drive
et
up there.
cetera. So, yeah, there you go. Kelly's got kind of a picture of. Yeah, the part that she's got highlighted is 56 feet, and then it kind of narrows down, and I don't know what the exact asphalt width is in the section where it says 11-200 north, but it's lesser. The asphalt's lesser there than the full bid width.
And it's already connected.
It's already connected. So the real debate on the connection is, where it's circling kind of the red oval.
Now, here's a question for you, Rob. This is not legislative, this is administrative, correct?
This is administrative, correct.
So if Mr. Howden meets all the code requirements, like on lot number 1, where we don't have a requirement in our code that they have to be 150 feet back, that's not something we could, because it's administrative, we can't put as a stipulation. However, now this is where you go, but it's in the transportation plan as being a collector road, and I think that's where you can say, well, hold it, and so.
So, yes, Mayor, you are correct that there is no, I don't think we have any code or standard that says no driveways within 150 feet of an intersection. So that is not a requirement. You can provide it as a suggestion, as maybe you want to consider realigning this. It might be better, but that's not one that we can directly impose. As you do point out, our code does say it's supposed to be a 66-foot right-of-way there. So, of course, this is your decision to implement, so.
Thank you. If there are any other questions of staff before we have the residents come up? Okay, at this time, we'd like to go ahead and invite the residents to please come up. If you'll please state your name, if you can keep your comments to 3 minutes. If another resident comes up and states kind of what you were wanting to state, if you'll just say, hey, I support that resident and what they stated. So at this time, we'd like to go ahead and just open it up for any resident who'd like to come up and comment on this preliminary plat. Does anyone like to come up?
Good evening, everyone. My name's Troy Harris. I'm actually the owner of this infamous garage. And the one thing that the hearing has kind of brought to light in regards to Plot 1, how is that different than Plot 4? Like, there would be another driveway within 150 feet, which kind of invalidates a good portion of this entire plot. So, I mean, that's the first thing. The second thing is, I do kind of consider this a common decision. You know, the one thing that we have had for the 15 years that I've lived here is, you know, we bought our home. It was not part of the major, whatever we want to define it as, an arterial. But the implications, especially, you know, Mr. Spencer's talking about the need to have a road to bring a lawnmower through. And I just want to point out that there already is direct access. The fact that there's a quarter-mile divert, when we're talking about a lawnmower, that's not a critical safety function. What I can tell you is, even without a road there, before we deliberately put boulders up as a community to stop traffic through there, four-wheelers, UTVs, Jeeps, it didn't matter. They'd go through, and it was fun for them. And they loved it at 30, 40 miles an hour. There's not even a road. You put a road that's designated for city vehicles, that only matters to the people that read those signs. So the decision on the road, to me, it's a common decision. If you set the precedent now that we're preparing for this, ultimately you're making the decision that is going to happen. And our goal, my goal, was to hopefully put this entire thing to rest. When this came up initially, 2008 or 2009, all I did was put a flyer out. I put a vinyl sign on my fence, and I put one letter in front of everybody's door. And we had 200 to 300 people show up. It was filled. If anybody was here and remembers that, I mean, it's a long time ago. And the reason for it is, already today, if you go on the east side of my property, people don't adhere to the speed limits. It's terrible. There's another gentleman here that I know lives on that side, and he can attest to it. And so when we start talking about public safety, let's be clear what that really looks like. Are we going to put the lives of 20 to 40 homeowners at risk so that we can put a lawnmower through? You know, if that's the case, by the time we get a 4-lane road through there, or a 2-lane road, whatever it's going to be designated, the only people that are going to be using this are going to be residents of Alpine. Who else is going to drive this road? Maybe a couple of people that are on the other side of Timpanogos Highway, but it's not servicing Highland. It is diminishing, from the residents' perspective, what this neighborhood really is. And people love it there. And I think that's the reason why we had so much turnout. When I had 200 people show up, it wasn't just the people that were directly along that road. It was people that gathered from all over, because we all understand what that would do. 60, 70 miles an hour. I mean, we all know what traffic really looks like. And if you are late, one way or the other, coming home from work, going to work, you're not going to adhere to that. And the city's already said they won't put speed bumps in, and they won't put any sort of like turn roundabouts to slow that flow. My time is done. So, I would like to put a proposition ahead of to the city council. It has been mentioned to me through third parties that the city would potentially be willing to sell that. I would be happy to start negotiations on that. As the only person that has maintained that section of land for the last 15 years, I feel like I know kind of what that's going to take, and I'd be happy to take that on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Others would like to come forward? If you can just kind of keep Mr. Harris, because this is going to be affecting them.
We agree with everything he said. My name's Mike Halliday. If you brought up an overhead of that plot, we live at the top of the street. It's not on there, sorry. We're at the top of the street, and there's about 100 yards where the Malonis property is, and then we're the first house. And I can guarantee you, every car that gets to my house from that street's doing 40 every day, and there's about 150 of them. Anything we do to add traffic to that road is just going to kill us. Now, the turnout you've got here tonight was 1 day's notice. Most of us got an email from Troy, or we saw it, and we're like, whoa, because we misunderstood, obviously, what was really taking place here. But if we had a week's worth, you'd have 300 people here to do anything with that, because everything on both sides of that entire subdivision between 60th and 53rd, every family is affected. You can't get across it. You can't turn left. You have to watch for your kids. You got to watch for the speeders. It's a really, really dangerous situation, and it's out of control now. Again, I'm the first house. I hear every car. I see every car. I wave them down. My house gets egged because I wave them down, and they don't like it. So when we come to the next discussion, why make sure we're all included in it, because opening that up is just going to be brutal. And I'm a little bit with him. It only serves Alpine. It shouldn't affect us the way it does now. And part 2 of this discussion, give us some speed bumps. Do something, because it is really, really bad, and it's really dangerous. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adam Harrell. Thank you for holding this. I actually don't live directly in this neighborhood. I live at Quail Creek Lane, which is just a little bit further north of what this is here. And I guess that but I am very cognizant of my neighbors and what they feel or they try to deal with. I know the 6,000 will have more capacity on it as we've had the development above, and Westfield already is kind of the type of road we're talking about here. But I really did hope that what Chris had proposed, I felt was congruent with the neighborhood that we feel we have, and I do like that it's not convenient to go through the neighborhood. I think that the neighborhood roads serve the neighbors well, and I would like to see what he has proposed have that same kind of ambiance to it. So I guess from the comments that have been before, I just wanted to step forward and say that I would also support that. So thank you for your time.
My name's Brent Hone. I'm the second house east of this new development right there on 11200. I echo everything they all say, but also thinking about widening out this intersection, if you're doing it just for a right-hand turn lane, if you have somebody here going straight or making a left-hand turn and someone making a right-hand turn, this guy's going to be pulling out to try to see around this way, and this guy's going to be pulling out trying to see around that way. How is that making it for safe? If there's not a signal there, if there's just a stop sign, they both have to stop, and one has to see either direction. It's not any more safe because they're going to keep getting out into the intersection to see. So I don't see the sense in widening the road unless you're planning on widening the whole road, which I'm against. Thank you.
My name's Scott Oldright. I live 5656 West, just about where your circle is there, that red one. So I want you to picture the reason for this flare. You're talking about 7 homes
may be coming out on that street. 14-lot subdivision, half will go out on 6,000, and the other half maybe come down here. No more homes are coming in. We're not developing more property. There's not 100 more families. We're talking about 6 or 7 more cars. And you wanted to build an additional lane for that. Doesn't seem necessary. If that road's never going to get widened or never going to go through, you're talking about helping 7 families have an additional turn lane, because everybody else is using the lane that's already there. And like they was said before, the one across the street from it is 56 feet. There wasn't a lane required there. So I don't see the long-term use of requiring a 66-foot road easement. 56 has been fine all the way through all those developments, all those neighborhoods. Thanks.
Others?
So first for Andy Spencer, the lawnmower, I'm not quite sure why there would be a lawnmower over there. We don't have any city-maintained land in our neighborhood. So why would your lawnmower need to be driving down our streets?
So if we can kind of just keep the comments here. We do have some
Oh.
parks that up in the Beacon Hills and going up.
But not in
6,000.
our neighborhood, like up Alpine Highway or in this neighborhood, there are no parks. Also, you wouldn't approve McKay Christensen's easement, but you're going to make us widen that road, which you're not doing to other developers. That kind of is I don't know, I can't think right now. But also, I would like to ask the police, they know our road, 11200 from whatever is 5650 to Alpine Highway. Is there a problem with speeding on that street?
I think if you ask any resident in any neighborhood, including myself, there's a problem with speeding.
I would say so
I-
myself. I live on it. The buses drive down my street 5550. I would say they're 45 to 50 miles an hour in the morning when we have kids all over that neighborhood. Under no circumstances should that street be opened. It is not safe to the community or to any of those children in that neighborhood. So maybe just think about those 3 things. If you're not going to do easements for McKay Christensen, then why should Mr. Howden, right? I don't know him. We haven't been here that long, but have that street be widened. And especially if you didn't make Patterson across the street do it, why is it us? Put it on his side. He's going to have more people. Thank you.
Excuse me, can you state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Leslie Nielsen.
Thank you.
My name is Randy Banks. I live on 11,200, and I'd just like to echo what's been said on this. 11,200, the police used to put, on 11,200, used to put we've been there about 25 years. They used to put a electronic thing that measured your speed and says you're going too fast, you're going too slow. And that really did help for a little bit. People slowed down a little bit now. They do. They go 40, 50 miles an hour. There's one neighbor that puts signs on his lawn, please slow down, there's children here. Doesn't help. Doesn't help. There's speed all through there, and if you open that road up, it'll be 60 miles an hour. Thank you.
I am Kristen Chevrier, and I don't live right on that road, but I live just one cul-de-sac in from that road. And I just wanted to point out that if someone needs to get through our neighborhood in an emergency, you can come in from 6,000, and then you can go down and around and then out the other side. It would take you maybe a minute or 2 minutes to go around that. So I don't see any need to put that through just for the occasional need to get through if there's an accident on SR 92. And I agree with everything else that was said. Thank you.
My
name is Iris Miller, and I just live on 5730, kind of across the street from Troy. I just want to echo that I support everything my neighbors have said. I also know that the city at one point had offered the where Troy lives to buy that piece of land, and I would support that 100%. Tasha Jankowski, and I live right next to Mike, so I'm the second house in. I also want you guys to consider whenever there's an accident on SR 92, which is almost daily, maybe it's cut down because of the new light, all that traffic comes down our road. So trying to get in and out of your driveway when that happens once or twice a day, sometimes you can't. In the last 6 months, we've had 3 animals on our street hit, and we've had a tree taken out of the parking strip. Somebody totally run up over the tree and took the whole tree out. So that's what we're seeing, and that's just a little bit in from Pine Highway. So just want you to consider that.
My name is Christine Oldroyd, and I live on 11200 North. And I just want to say I agree with everything that's been said, and I also agree with Mr. Howden that if you make him have that flare to 66, it does set a precedence, saying, yeah, it's a collector road, it's 66 feet here, and we don't want any precedence at all for this. And I also, in an email I sent, I received an email back saying, it's on the city's master plan, we're already collecting impact fees for this. And, you know, we talked earlier today about this new city building that you need money for. Well, take our impact fees and apply it to that. We would all be very happy for you to do that. So, yes, I just agree with everyone else. Thanks.
Seeing no other comments, we'll go ahead and close this time for public comment. A couple of questions, and if there was a comment, that Mr. Howden mentioned about a traffic calming study. The city at the end of January, 1st of February, has contracted out with an engineer firm to come up with a traffic calming measures to apply throughout Highland. We recognize a lot of residents are seeing if it be speeds or they're looking at different things that way. So we are looking at that. Mr. Howden, you'd mentioned that you were happy if and when we can maybe apply, if it be some type of speed table or if it be some signage along 6,000, that appeared that you were amenable to doing something that way to help donate to the city. So I mean, the reason why we're waiting, we're trying to apply it to the whole city, saying, okay, what do we do citywide where we're seeing issues with traffic, and then we'll give you the residents saying, hey, if you'd like to donate, we'll put a sign here that flashes at them when they speed, or the city will then start putting allocation for budgets. It's to help us. Unfortunately, you're not the only subject that's come in saying we're having speed. Like Mr. Councilmember Smith said, I just got we all received an email and a text on Sunday morning, probably about 8 a.m., about trees being taken out on Canal Boulevard. To be very open, it's a home I've been to twice where he's talked about the speeding, the concern that the trees are going to be hit, and lo and behold, there's the issue that they've been trying to address. So we are sensitive to what are we doing with traffic, and so we're trying to look at some of that. With that, Council, are there other discussions or information you're needing to move forward with the motion?
I'd like just to make 2 or 3 comments. In my opinion, the citizens have spoken. I certainly support Mr. Howlett's subdivision that meets our 140 requirements. We're glad to have big lots and things. And there is really a big issue of speeding in the city, because when I've been on the council before, it's just this term that we've had people from everywhere in the city complain about speeding. So as they've talked about, we have some studies coming to try to help us with that. I've been kind of encouraging Lone Peak Safety, now that they're closer to being fully staffed, to really get out and patrol the roads and ticket people if they're over 5 miles above the speed limit. That certainly happens whenever I've driven through American Fork. I have personal experience. So I think it's a combination of things. We can do these traffic calming things, which I think are great. And as I said earlier on, I mean, we have two major arterials through the city to move traffic. North County, Timpanogos Highway. We have a minor arterial that goes up to Alpine Highway. And there's a tendency when we have collector roads that they become bigger and faster and turn into arterials. And I live next to one of those, and it's a problem. Councilwoman Bills and I met with a group of people from the west side of Highland Thursday night and spent some time about their concerns about speeding on the newly opened Canal Boulevard. So we all, as citizens, have some responsibility to follow the traffic laws. But at the same time, we need to have enforcement, because there are a lot of people that traffic laws are not that important. And I'll be honest, I've been known to speed on the roads. Everybody has in this room. But I think we need to listen to the citizens, and I think the citizens are saying, we don't want this road to connect. We don't want it to be 66 feet across, and we don't want a 66-foot intersection there because we don't think we need it. Now, all due respect to Mr. Spencer, our city engineer, he's an excellent engineer, and he listens to the citizens, and he works with people. He's been wonderful that way. So I don't want to disparage his opinion. I think it's great. But I think at times we need to preserve the feel and the residential and the rural setting in Highland, and it's a hard thing to do when you've got people speeding on the roads, and people do that. Like, I'm supposed to be on a 30-mile-an-hour collector. Well, there's nobody that drives 30 on it except me, and when I do, I get passed through the center lane. It drives me crazy. So I support the neighborhood on this.
Scott, what do you think about stipulations 5 and 6?
I think I would probably eliminate those.
You would eliminate both.
So my question's on staff. We got on number 6.
I'll be quick on 6. 6 is the one why I jumped, because I need everybody to understand why 6 is important to us. Now, 6, we are not proposing that Chris has to bond for it, that he has to pay for it, that he has to do anything to it. Nor would we ever turn any water down it until it connects to Dry Creek. But we've just spent, or in process of spending, about $3 million to upgrade well 4. We need a long-term route to make sure that our discharge, when we aren't pumping into the system, when we're maintaining the well, other ways, that we've got something to do with that water. So that's stipulation 6. We need that to go in. It just makes sense for it to go in while we're doing all this, so we don't have to come back and rip up everything we're doing. It may be that we can find the money and it can go all the way to Dry Creek today, and that's great. There'll still be a diversion because for the interim, Patterson still have a lot of water rights. So some of that water still needs to go onto their property and to irrigate their property. At a certain point in the future, it's anticipated that that'll likely develop and that irrigation need will go away, and so we need a route to put that there. So in no way are we proposing, because that need to pipe that ditch doesn't have anything to do with this property. So that's a burden that would be borne by others.
He would not be responsible for the cost of that, or the
He is not going to be
engineering.
responsible for the cost of it. We've got to incorporate it into construction. We don't have to. It makes sense to incorporate it into construction right now.
It sounded like he was concerned about if the water is rerouted, then there would be a flooding danger. Did you indicate that? Is it okay if he comes back up?
Yes.
I guess he's coming, so that's... Stop.
Yeah, given the fact that this whole process has been rather a slippery eel and things have changed, unbeknownst to me, I just wanted to make sure that on the record that what we discussed was actually going to happen. So I'm perfectly happy with what Andy and Kelly have described.
So what you're good with is 1 through 6 minus 5.
Yes, that's correct.
And I don't mean that mathematically, which would mean only number 1 counts.
Can I, as we're looking, there's also if we don't do the 66-foot, there was a trade of property. So I assume if the 66-foot motion does not come about, the trade of the property does not happen. Is that correct? Is that part of that motion?
It would be a decision of the council. Like Andy pointed out earlier, that's a portion of property that we don't need or necessarily want, and So
But we have to go through a different process. If we're to do anything with that property, we have to go through a disposal process, and that we just can't, I'm just saying, it can't be part of this
Right.
motion. Rob, it can't be part of this motion, correct?
If you are, so that process that you talked about, the city has to receive some kind of compensation in exchange for that property. So the decision was, or the proposal from staff was, the compensation from the city was, we would get some of that property down on the southern side with that 66-foot right-of-way in exchange for that property up there. If that's not going to happen, then the city can still absolutely dispose of it. We just have to find a different way of compensating the city for that property.
Can I indicate why, as a city staff, we think it's a good idea to part with that property? I think that would be important for the council to understand. So if you look at the plan, and Kelly, can you go back to that, to the plan that shows the retaining walls? So in order to, I assume most council's familiar, this is the big slope that the sewer manhole kind of sticks out of. So in order to build the plan and have those, improve the road, there has to be some retaining walls built there. And so the reason the staff has said, hey, it's a good idea for us to trade that right-of-way or get rid of that right-of-way is because we don't have any interest in owning the right-of-way, the retaining walls that will be built by the developer, basically for the benefit of lots 5, 6, and 7. Now, in a lot of ways, he's building that so that the road can be widened and finished, but we just don't want to own those retaining walls. We don't want that to be the city's problem in the future.
Rob, what you're saying, and I didn't mean to overstep you here, Andy, but what you're saying is we can't just, if we don't have compensation, if we're not doing something, if we do away with the 66 feet, then that property would have to still be decided on how we're getting compensated if the city council decides to dispose of it, which would most likely, off the recommendation, would probably be looking at doing.
Yes. I'll have to double check the history of that parcel to see why, but typically any kind of property we own, we have to have some, how would we evaluate something in exchange?
Mr. Howden, is that a concern that if it doesn't go through that way we can work through that property situation?
Yeah, we can gladly work through it. I'm not anxious to have a section of a retaining wall, and I'm sure no homeowner that buys number 7 or 6 is going to want to own a piece of curb and sidewalk. And in any case, it was initially proposed that swap went to some kind of trail, which has now disappeared given the fact that you can't really do a trail down 6,000 West. So from me at least, I'm completely impartial. I'd be perfectly happy if the city wants to retain it.
But you'd be willing to also work with the city to acquire it?
Oh yeah, perfectly, and they're wonderful to work with, by the way.
Anything else the council needs discussion? We're ready for a motion. Kelly, can you put the motion with the stipulations?
I'll propose a motion. Pardon me?
which one would you like me to?
Oh.
The approval one.
Well, there are two. There's one with PC recommendations and one with staff recommendations. Planning Commission one has does not have number 5 in it.
I can work with this. I can just add language. but-
Okay. Let's do that.
Okay, I move that the city council accept the findings and approve the preliminary plat for the Williamsview subdivision subject to 5 stipulations recommended by staff, which would be the listed stipulations minus .5.
I'll second it. So that eliminates the 66-foot.
That eliminates the 66.
We have a motion by Tim, second by Scott, eliminating number 5. Is there any further discussion before we go? Okay. Still logged in? There we go. That passes 5-0. Okay, we'll now move on to item number 7, which is a public hearing. Now, this will council be aware that it is 10:16. Traditionally, we try to say we want to be done by 10, so tonight will probably be a little later because we have several budget items that we have to pass tonight to kind of keep moving forward with the budget. So is council amenable to moving forward?
What's the estimate on time?
I'd say at least 11 p.m., to be honest. Noon?
I move that we, yeah.
Okay, everyone okay? Okay, we're now moving on to item number 7, public hearing is the...
Don't we need a motion to continue the meeting
Anyone have to
to
make a
11
motion to
p.m.?
continue? Oh, I'm sorry. What? Because this has to do with the Open Space Special Service District, we need a motion for the city council to recess the regular city council meeting to convene the Highland City Open Space Special Service District Board meeting. So we need to do a recess here and then go into the board meeting of the Open Space Special Service District. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So seconded.
Okay.
Who seconded? And
Me.
Brittany.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are now in recess as standard city council meeting. We're now in, coming in for the tentative budget for the Open Space Special Service District. We now are putting on the Special Service District tax. So now we are acting as the Highland Open Space Special Service District Board. Okay, I believe, Tyler, you have a presentation for the board.
Can I ask a quick question as we start? So if we're eliminating the open space fee, then at some point, are we going to kind of dissolve the special service district?
We would look at doing that in July. Once the...
Okay, so right now we have to do this, but later on, okay.
Because we still have this fee in place until July 1st.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Am I
Great
answering
question.
that right, Rob? I mean, that's... So.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just by way of summary and kind of where we're heading with the next 3 items, these are tentative budgets. You'll be considering 3 different, or budgets for 3 different entities. First, open space, then the public safety district, and then finally the city's overall budget. By statute, approval or consideration of the tentative budgets is required by the first regular meeting in May, which is this evening. And then, of course, changes can be made after the tentative budget is approved, up until the point when the final budgets are adopted in June. You Kelly? Thanks. So with regard to open space, a little background and prior direction from the council. Open Space Special Service District was created in 2000. The council, as you currently are fulfilling that role, serves as governing board. Because it's a separate entity, the open space budget needs to be considered independently. But operationally, open space is tied to parks and cemetery operations, same staff, and many of the same functions. So as you alluded to, Councilman Smith, the open space district may be altered or altogether eliminated, dependent on the council's direction following the adoption of the budget in June. Thanks. So pretty high level here, and it's really a simple budget in terms of revenue. The vast majority of open space would be funded from a transfer from the general fund, $742,000, and that again assumes that the roughly $300,000 generated in the open space fee in prior years is not going to continue. A couple other minor sources, $10,000 each in interest earnings from our PTIF fund, as well as $10,000 anticipated in property sales. We've blown way past that this year, and that may continue, but for the budget purposes, there's $10,000. Expenses include salary increases of 4%. For staff seasonal wages, they're $220,000. Benefits are included in the tentative budget at 10% increase for medical. We are pending some bids back, and we anticipate that being actually less than 5%. Other items of significant dollar amounts are outlined there, as they were also detailed in your packet. So with that, have a motion to approve. You do need to hold a public hearing. but staff would recommend doing so, and then approving the tentative budget for the open space district.
But this motion is not removal of the open space special, but, you know, this is still just approving the fee, so or the tentative budget. 'Cause
The
in
tentative budget, which doesn't have the fee in it.
doesn't have the fee, correct?
Correct.
So we're approving a zero amount.
You're approving the budget that includes expenses specific to the open space district, but funded
By the general fund.
by the general fund, correct?
I'm happy to make the motion.
Well, we need to have a public hearing.
Oh, okay.
So at this time, we will open this item up for public hearing. If there's anyone here that'd like to come forward to address this item. Seeing none, we will bring it back, discuss. Now, and I understand that, you know, we've talked quite a bit about this. I do think just so we have a discussion on, since we're getting rid of the Open Space Special Service District, we do have 4 council members that live in the Open Space Special Service District. I feel, Rob, there's not a conflict because it's population-wide. I just want to bring, there's not a conflict with that aspect. As we look, you know, some residents will say, why did we remove the Highland Special, the open space fee? And I would be interested to have each council person say this is why they feel it's important to removal of the open space fee. So we have it on the record, because this has been something long going in the city, and so we have kind of an understanding of, and I know we've done it in a work session, but I want to make sure we're going to city council. So if everyone wouldn't mind just kind of saying, hey, this is why I see this an important motion.
I'll start. So the problem with the open space fee is, although it's generated some important revenue over the years, and although I understand the thinking when the open space neighborhoods were created, I think it's past its usefulness. And of any fee that we've had in the city, it has generated a lot of contention. And I think as the city has grown and we've eliminated, it's been over 10 years since we eliminated the ability to create any more open space neighborhoods. We passed that back in about 2011 or 12 because of the contention. I think it just makes good sense to eliminate it because it's been such a short source of contention. At the same time, my feeling is this: we have a lot of neighborhoods that are being built right next to parks. We don't charge them an open space fee. For example, New Mountain Ridge Park, which is surrounded by a heavy new residential area. We've got Ridgeview that's all on Highland Glen Park. We're not charging them an open space fee. So I think the open space fee is kind of past its usefulness, and it creates much more problems than it needs to for the $300,000 it generates. So that's where I'm coming from. I think it solves a big source of contention.
Anyone else like to share?
Yeah, I will. So I think that we've had the open space fee, and it has, I think it has kind of lived out its usefulness. I think we've found over the last few years that all open space neighborhoods are not the same. They all have very different amenities. There are some that have a lot of amenities paid for by their open space fee, which has always been subsidized by the general fund. And then there are some neighborhoods who, you know, have big parks that everybody uses. So I don't think it is applied equally throughout the city, just in the benefits that different neighborhoods get from the open space fee. And I had something else I think about it, but I'm tired. And I also think it's been a really difficult fee as far as people understanding what they're paying for and who's paying for it and who's not, where you have a neighborhood that is equal distance from a park and you have neighbors on one side of that park who are paying the fee and others who are not on the other side.
And they're all public.
And they're all public.
I live in an open space fee area. I don't have a lot to add. I think Scott and Brittany put it very eloquently and accurately. I've also heard from many residents about the open space fee, and it has caused contention, and people really want this to go away, and I think now is the appropriate time to do so. So in addition to what Brittany and Scott have already said, I will echo that and just add that this is also something I've heard from many residents about.
I just want to agree with Scott.
That's
Again.
3 or 4 times today, yeah. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, exactly what Scott, Brittany, and Sarah said. It's time to eliminate this open space fee and make our parks really what they are, public parks, public trails, and, eliminate contention that surrounds that.
I also agree with Scott. This time, not reluctantly. I agree with Scott. I agree with Sarah also. It seems to have outlived its usefulness. There's too much contention, and I think that the openness of the city, I think that it's part of the city spirit, and that everyone should be responsible and make all the parks open to everyone.
Thank you for your input. I'll actually chime in. I can probably discuss both sides fairly well. Meaning, I can say, hey, this appears that we're getting rid of the tuition debt that was taken up on, and we're passing the tuition debt back. I can argue the side that this was not applied evenly. We have some subdivisions that, I think the way this open space was implemented at the very first was a good concept, but as they started moving forward, they didn't care about it. For me, it's really hard to see Beacon Hills with so many homes with a nice big park, but they're all paying their open space. There's some injustice. There's some injustice where some have no open space, but they also assess the fee. I personally would have moved to try to separate them out. I get why it's the council, meaning, hey, you have 18, maybe there's 6 that should have paid it, and the other 12 did not. I recognize, though, the contention that's been throughout. I think this is, Scott, when I came on the council, I had no idea this was going to be one of the most contentious things that could happen.
That's education.
And it was, and so I recognize that. Now, through the process, just so we can be very transparent, if we remember when we said, if we're going to get rid of this, let's be transparent with it. So we started in January, so the residents are aware, this is not happening tonight as the first conversation. There were signalings last year amongst the council. They all voiced they'd like to get rid of it. We held a work session that was, as we kind of was what some of the high priorities we felt that we wanted to focus on in this upcoming budget. The number one, you had your parks building, but open space was right there tied with it. Looking at that, there was strong signaling. Every council member in that work session said they would vote to get rid of the open space fee. So I'm just saying, then as we go through, I put it in some newsletters, and Aaron, you put it in newsletters, that we are looking to get rid of the open space fee. I thought I'd get a little more. I've had some residents, they haven't come as strong as I thought. I thought we'd have some that had saw some of the things. My thing was I wanted to be very public. I wanted to be very open of what we were doing. And I do feel like we have met that criteria of being open and transparent, that this is what we're going about doing. And we've had a public hearing, we've had no comment. I'm just saying, and so it's now time for that motion.
Okay, I'll make that motion. I move that I guess it's the Open Space Board.
Highland Special Service.
Highland Special Service Board approve fiscal year 2023-2024 tentative budget for the Highland Open Space Special Service District and schedule a public hearing on Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 at 7 p.m. in the Highland City Council chambers to consider its adoption, which is the same time we're doing all the rest of the budget, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Scott, second by Kim. Let's go ahead if we're all ready to vote. That passes 5-0. We now move on to item number 8, which is another action item, which is approval of the fiscal year of 2024. the financial year of 2024 Lone Peak Public Safety District budget.
I'd like to make a
Mayor.
motion first.
We do, yes, thank you.
I move
Oh.
that the board adjourn the
Oh.
meeting of the Highland City Open Space
Oh, can you put that back?
Special Service District and
Oh.
reconvene the regular city council meeting.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Okay, motion by Kim, second by Scott, all in favor?
Aye.
We are now adjourned back into our
City
Highland
Council.
Now we're going to talk about the financial year 2024 of the Lone Peak Public Safety District budget. I don't want to get in there.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. This is the second budget item here for this evening specific to the Lone Peak Public Safety District. The district budget does need to be approved by the council, both by Alpine and Highland City Councils, as the overall district budget is changing, increasing by more than the average property tax revenue increase for the two cities. Really a thrilling read if you want to look at the interlocal agreement, but that's why we're here. The board approved this same tentative budget on April 12th in its regular meeting. The Alpine City Council then approved last Tuesday on the 25th. So the board will consider for adoption the final budget next Wednesday on May 10th, so the cities will have ample time to prepare their budgets to be adopted by June 22nd. So high-level revenue there for the district. The majority of the funding for the district comes from assessments from Highland and Alpine. There's also revenue that comes from ambulance transports. $400,000 is included in the budget in that area. Wildland deployments, there is $35,000 planned. We'll note that currently this fiscal year, the district has seen $485,000 in wildland revenue. Varies from year to year, depending on, but that's another, in some years, a significant source of revenue. There's also contracts with the county and school district that come into those departments. $10,000 from the county, roughly, and $72,000 from Alpine School District in contract with the police department. Expenses at a high level include salary increases, and that would be 4% for police, 5.3% for the fire department, consistent with their step plan, and 3% for the administrative staff at the time that the tentative budget was prepared and what went to the board. It was 3%. We do anticipate.
And Alpine was aware of that, right, when they voted?
The 3%?
The 4%.
We had a conversation with the mayor and the administrator afterwards. So they are aware.
Okay, because you said they voted on April 25th. Did they vote that included the 4% increase?
Did not.
So if we do, then it has to go back to them.
The tentative budget included a 3% specifically, and the
What was that to prove?
and any changes would be incorporated in the final budget there for the board's consideration. A couple of notes within administration. Both Highland and Alpine are responsible for their assessments in Central Utah 911. Highland's assessment in that is increasing by approximately $31,000 to $176. That's included in this budget. There were also some changes with regard to the allocation of administrative staffing costs, where the district, we determined the district was not compensating Highland for the amount of time that administrative staff were spending. So Highland will actually, although the assessment is increasing, the Highland will actually net $24,000 as a result of those changes. Other expenses were kept generally flat, except where absolutely necessary in the budget. So these are the assessments that would result from this tentative budget. In the top table is the total assessments. They're broken out Alpine's on the first line, Highland there in the middle, and then Total at the bottom. And you see broken out by each of the fire, police, and administration. The changes represented in each of those, and of course, the administrative assessment, the percentage increase is pretty dramatic because of the reallocation. You see those changes as well. Any questions about the assessments or how those are?
So, I know there's been discussion with Alpine, and apparently they've agreed to this reallocation for administrative staff. I guess I don't have a big problem with administrative staff getting the 4%, but it seems like Alpine's already agreed to reallocate a lot of this stuff, and then if we come back and say, and now we're going to increase the administrative staff to 4%, when they voted for 3%, is that going to cause some heartburn in Alpine?
No, because administrative staff is based on what the cost is. There might be somewhere saying, hey, that was in our tentative, this is our tentative budget approval. That was what, when we went through our budget, we said, hey, we're looking at 3% staff in, here, if it be called a merit or market adjustment.
And we did it 2 and 2.
And we decided to do a 4%.
Right.
And so that does affect what our administration cost. And so that should be coming back to Alpine, because that's the cost that is what's costing Highland the Delta function administration function.
What was the mayor's response up there when you said we were going up, talking about 4%?
She seemed agreeable. I don't want to speak for her.
Yeah. But you didn't get anybody, oh no, or anything.
Right.
Have you talked to her?
Yeah, I talked to her and she seemed like she was okay with that. I think they're anxious to know kind of what we're doing here.
So am I.
So with that, as we look at the budget, Highland's about 65% of the district's, funding, with American Fork being the 35. Maybe Tyler, you can address as we look at the increases. When you say, hey, the total increase for Highland's 8.1%, but only for Alpine at 6.0. Why are you seeing that change? Is it that we have more commercial? Is it the mixture of our houses? What's causing that percentage to not be the same across both cities?
Right, great question, Mayor. The allocations, the assessments are calculated for police and administration as per the interlocal agreement, based exclusively on population. So population share and census data that's estimated every year. Fire, and this is where comes in some of that variability that you're referring to, Mayor, is calculated based on a portion of population and an equal portion of equivalent residential units. So basically number of doors, roughly. There's also a 10% factor that's just split 50-50. So you'll see, particularly with differing numbers of units going in, that there would be some shifting there. So that's some of the variability you're seeing.
When you look at ERUs, is that only based on commercial, or do we look at, like if we have a 10,000 square foot home built, is that calculated as a number certain ERU? Does that make sense? Is it only commercial, or is it residential too?
It includes residential and any accessory buildings. I'd have to refresh my memory on the specific. It has to be over a certain number of square feet. But yes, that does include residential property as well. And that's something that we look at very carefully with Alpine City Administrator and data that's combed very carefully to ensure that the city is not paying more than its fair share with regard to those areas.
We do need to have a public hearing. Is there other comments before we go to public hearing?
We do not need to have a
Oh, we
public
don't, that's
hearing on
true,
this.
it's just an action. Because it's not.
Well, I'd like to make a motion. I move that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 tentative budget for Lone Peak Public Safety District.
Are you going to go to the 4%?
Oh, yeah, 4%.
Okay.
I think, I mean, because what we're asking you to do, approve is the tentative budget that the district has approved, and this is just based on the interlocal agreement. So I would say
Don't do
maybe,
that.
right, and so they approved at 3% because that's what we knew at the time. And so maybe it's,
What the
got a
board approved.
What the
stipulation.
board approved, as to what the board approved.
So how does it move to 4%? If that's
It would be
what-
next,
the board gets to make that final decision.
Oh, okay.
Ultimately.
Okay. I'll second it.
I just have one question. Let's just, so I make sure I understand the process. Okay, this goes through, it goes back to the board. If the board, this is still going to come back to the city council of Highland for final approval, correct?
Not the Lone Peak district budget, no, but as part of our final budget, we approve what we're going to send to the Lone Peak Public Safety District. Does that make sense?
Okay, so we still have, I'm just saying, let's assume that that board says, no, we only want 3%. You know, then it comes back, and I'm just saying, we still have, hey, we're not going to fund that if you're not funding. I mean, that's a just, I'm just saying, because we're only approving what they approved. But we've, as a city, we went from 3 to 4% that affects the administration. So I've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Let's go for vote.
Can I ask Rob one question about that while you're waiting for votes to be counted? Hey, Rob, at our last Lone Peak Public Safety District meeting, there was a conversation about the way that alternates work and the chair works and all of that. Do we know how that's going to work from here on out?
So,
I guess to explain to the rest of the council, well, I'll let you explain.
so the question ultimately is, each city has 2 board members and then 1 alternate each. And one of those alternates serves as the chair and switches from year to year from one city to the other, which one is the chair. The question is, say Highland has a member that's absent, Alpine has both of the regular members there, does Alpine's alternate step in for Highland's member if Highland's alternate is gone? The interlocal agreement with the district is not clear. I think the intent was for each city's alternate to serve for them, but the agreement just says an alternate shall step in basically when a board member is absent. We're actually talking about clarifying that because I don't think that's what either city wanted, so we'll be amending the interlocal agreement to make it clearer how that works, and the voting rights of the chair when the chair steps in as alternate rather than just acting as chair, and a couple other minor things.
And then, because there was, it was a little bit different, but there was a similar conversation at Planning Commission last week when you were talking about whether you needed a majority of the quorum or a majority of the commission. And I think that would be something good to clarify too, as the Planning Commission has a little bit more authority. Councilmember Smith and I were talking about that. What kind of approval that requires.
Yes, so from that planning commission, many cities say a planning commission can only take action if a majority of the planning commission, regardless of how many people are there, votes in favor of it. So for us, we have 7 people on our commission. If 3 are absent and 4 are there, it requires all 4 to vote unanimously. Otherwise, they can't pass anything. There are other cities that do it that way. Our code doesn't specify that, so.
So we would need to bring that up, because what happens, there was a vote.
3 to 1.
It was 3-1, and because of that, you didn't have the 4. And so do we need to bring that back to kind of get it clarified?
No, I double checked. Our code doesn't say anything about it, so it just, you presume majority vote prevails. You could change the code, though, to say a majority of members, regardless of vacant or absences, must vote in favor.
I actually think this would be, if it's okay, we ought to discuss this, because in January, this is changing, where this preliminary plat that we approved today will not be coming to us. It's going straight to the Planning Commission. And I think we want to make sure that they have more of a unification voice.
Right.
So I'm just trying to protect, I think that's.
Agreed.
I think that will be part of, we're going to do a large overhaul of our planning commission, because there's a lot of changes we have to make. And that could be one that, as we bring it back to you, or changing to ordinances, that we can add in.
I agree. I think you need a majority there. I mean, if there, I need a
or the
majority
vote.
vote of 4, at least 4, because it's a problem. It's like if we had 3 council here and we voted 2 to 1.
Correct.
for council, we actually say you must have at least 3 votes in order to pass anything.
So, but if there's 3 council members, you have a quorum, and that's what Scott's bringing. Well, you could have a 2-1, and we still don't have the vote because.
That means you can't pass anything. You either agree on something or you continue
But
to
yet,
have
in
more
the
council
planning
members.
commission, that's what I'm saying, they're gonna have more authority coming up with the
Yes.
preliminary plats.
We
need
got to
to
be
make-
careful.
So I think that's a good suggestion. Okay, we ready to reveal? It was 5-0.
Okay.
Okay, we now move on to item number 9, which is the financial year 2023-2024 physical whatever that thing is, and a budget.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Third of the budget items, this is the city's full budget. So just by way of review and I think in somewhat celebration of the work that you have accomplished thus far, began this process back in January, on January 5th with work session and goal-setting session. Staff then prepared requests that were reviewed by myself, Aaron, and the mayor, and presented to you the draft budget, the mayor's draft budget, at the end of March. We enjoyed a number of individual briefings with many of you, answered some questions there throughout the month of April, and then last week our budget work session on the 24th, culminating in the tentative budget for consideration this evening. Any changes or consideration can still be made until the budget is scheduled to be adopted on June 20th. So with regard to the budget itself, significant revenues, of course sales tax is top of mind. The budget includes $4 million, which is 9% higher than what we received in fiscal year 22. We do still have 4 months to go, May through August, that would count towards fiscal 23. So we're monitoring that closely for any trends. Property tax, we're anticipating $100,000 more than what we received this current fiscal year based on building permit volume. And then impact fees, we did see a decrease compared to what we had anticipated this year. So looking back 12 months ending in December of 2022, for each of the impact fees, we took the amount we received in the 12 months prior and a factor of 1/2 or 50% to estimate what we would have in fiscal 24. Finally, here on the revenue side, there is $841,000 we've identified in one-time funds that can be transferred back to the general fund from transfers that were not necessary or could have been unwound from the general fund from a couple prior years. Any questions about the revenues specifically? Okay. So a number of slides here with expenses, and these are all things that we've discussed before. Happy to dive into detail on any of those, but this generally is a summary of direction that you provided in previous sessions, including last week's work session. So the priorities that were set by the council on January 5th, and these are included in the budget. Number 1, elimination of the open space fee. Funding for the park maintenance building, another $950,000 on top of the $900 that was included in this year. General plan update that we referred to previously. Mountain Ridge Park maintenance that we've called out independently and separately this fiscal year. It will in future years be absorbed in other parks and related line items. Payroll processing software to enhance what's delivered to employees and make that more efficient. Cemetery connexes to protect equipment, and contract fire marshal to help with some of the workload related to building inspection. Other significant expenses that we've called out that are related to ongoing projects or other significant funding. Of course, Mountain Ridge Park construction, finishing that up. Capital plans that are identified in master plans, that totals, excuse me, I'm a couple pages behind here, $4.3 million of projects that funds had been saved in prior years and are going to move forward. Two-way texting system, 3 public works vehicles, seasonal employee increases, legislative consultant contract. Now that is to finish out the existing contract, which there will be 3 payments, 3 monthly payments into the next fiscal year, and that's what's included here. A new plotter printer, and the city's portion of the Safe Routes to School grant, which is about $100,000, the city's share there, and snowplow blades, which we're very grateful for in years where, like this last one, we've had a lot of snow. Additional projects include the library carpet replacement, a new playground, water share assessment increases. We will address some of that in a couple of weeks in the next meeting with some of our long-term obligations there. General culinary water projects to make sure the water is clean and flowing. A purchase of 1 snow plow. There had been discussion of 2, and this includes 1. Additional garden boxes, $500 increase there for a total budget of $1,000 on that line. Repurposing, as you directed a week ago, the $3,500 from the chamber membership to economic development, and then Christmas lights. Finally, here, staff wage increases at the 4%, and to be distributed as a market adjustment there following conclusion of a wage study.
Can I ask something? I thought we agreed to 2% market, 2% merit. We're saying it's 4% market?
Can you address what the difference, when you look at merit, you look at cost of living, and you look at market, what is the 3 difference?
So obviously, we had a long conversation about this last time, and I've really thought a lot about, the conversations we've had, and I've talked a lot with executive staff members. And Councilmember Smith, I absolutely appreciate the comment you made about if they're all, if everybody's getting a full merit, then it's not really a merit. And I do believe in merits, and I do want to reward my good performers. However, because according to the wage study, we are already behind, I don't think that a merit is not going to be effective.
Okay,
it
so you're
needs
gonna
to
do
be
all
a
market.
market.
Okay.
And so I would ask for council's leniency to allow me to apply that 4% as I see fit.
Okay.
So council, I think that was probably the best. Any questions on that? What you're saying is there might be one that gets a 1% and someone that gets a 7% as you look at the market.
That's a potential, but it would likely be more evenly distributed.
Okay. But at no chance it would be more than 4% of the.
For average, I mean, so it would meet what you had approved
I'm
in
just
the
saying,
budget.
if that 4% was 200,000, we're just saying you've got 200,000. Go apply it towards the market with the employees to make sure it's spread.
Yes.
Okay.
Any concerns that way?
No.
So that is a change when we did the others. Okay. Very good.
Public safety wage increases that were included in the tentative budget you just approved for the district. Mayor and council appropriations, a total of $18,000, $3,000 for each of the mayor and each council member to determine for special projects in the upcoming year. And then increasing wages for mayor and council back to the level that they were here about 12 years ago. So this is not increasing above and beyond that point, but simply getting back to where they were.
What they were 14 years ago.
Thank you. So with regard to items that have been discussed but are not currently in the tentative budget, dog park for town center, increased funding for trail maintenance and expansion, more discussion to happen on the fence repair along Alpine Highway, additional funding for park improvements, capital facilities plan creation, contracted tree replacement, general fund study update. Excuse me.
No, I thought the general fund was in our budget.
General plan.
Oh, this general, I'm sorry.
And I must have been feeling bad about the dog park. I'm sorry. That was a duplication there. Update to the 2016 transportation utility fee study. Second replacement snowplow. Beyond the 3 months into the next year. So if council wants to continue on, that would be something that need to be added into the budget. Additional public safety wage increases beyond what was approved in the tentative budget. Staff wage increases, COLAs or otherwise beyond that 4%. And also adding mayor and council to medical and dental benefits. Again, those are things that were not included in the tentative budget. So,
is there any questions, Tyler, on this before we have a public hearing?
I was just going to ask about the legislative consultant, so we've decided that's a no, beyond the 3 months.
I don't think we've had a decision on that.
I haven't made a decision on it, so we're going to fund him for 3 months from last year.
Correct.
But what we're saying, it's not in the
correlation.
budget, so if you approve it next year, it's going to be a change, and you have to find the money for it.
Unless you want to make that change right now or at the final budget, mayor and council. So right now, what's in front of you does not include continuation of that contract. Just because that was the direction we felt like we got from you last week.
That's fine with me. I just wanted to make sure I was clear.
We still can discuss it in June, or even if we don't put it, it just can be a budget adjustment. So.
Correct.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and we'll open up. Here we have, we're going to have a hearing for our 2023, 2024 tentative budget. Public hearing is open. Does anyone like to come up and address the council?
Okay.
None? We'll now close the public hearing and bring it back to the council.
I'd like to make a couple comments. I appreciate the emails that came out on Friday, which summarized a summary of all the employee benefits and salaries. That was very helpful to me. And that you've also gone through and kind of summarized the funds, and they kind of balance out better. The only thing I would like to ask, and Councilwoman Bills and I have talked about this quite a bit, and we've talked about it before, but if there's any way possible we can get a citizen's budget that so we can go on the web, and I know it's a lot of extra work, but even some pie graphs and bars or something, so that when people look at this budget, they kind of get an idea of some of kind of the basic concepts. Because some cities do that, and you don't have to have every little detail, but it'd be nice to show the big picture. So this is our revenue, this is our main expenses, and the main expenses is the general fund, and here's our enterprise funds, just so that people can look at that. Because I look at the citizens summary on like Lehigh, and I've seen American Forks, Cedar Hills. I think it's very helpful.
Great. Aaron and I had a conversation today. We've removed some distractions off of my radar for that very purpose. Make sure that we can.
Oh, great. That's wonderful. So I'd like to make a motion if there's no other discussion. So I move that the Highland City Council approve the city's tentative fiscal year 2023-2024 budget and schedule a public hearing on Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 at 7 p.m. in the Highland City Council chambers to consider its adoption.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Scott, second by Camry. Vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay, we are now coming up on that magical hour of 11 o'clock. We still have about 4 items that still need to be discussed. Do we have a motion to extend or to adjourn?
I would move that we adjourn. I mean, do we need to?
You do have a public hearing on a boundary adjustment We have a public hearing on a text amendment for fences. We have an interlocal agreement for Everbridge mass notification, and an expedited public hearing on storm drainage.
Mayor, this Lehigh and Highland, or Lehigh and Highland boundary adjustment needs to be done tonight to meet state code.
Okay.
I mean, public hearings, Stephanie, could they continue the public hearings if they wanted to push them to next time? Would that meet your requirements?
Yeah, I can renotice them if I need to.
Well, if they just open it and continue it, then I don't think you have to renotice it.
Except for this one.
Well, I know, I'm sorry.
I think we probably had
Besides
to-
besides
had
this
to
one.
We had to do notices out and things that way.
Yeah.
So are we?
The two text
Do I have a
amendments.
motion to continue on for number 10? And probably just, we need to have, there might be some here on the fibers next step, number 14B. Is there anything else that's really important to be on tonight? Other than I need to also discuss just briefly 14F, which is future meetings, just to make sure we have everyone kind of on.
I'll agree with that and make the motion that we continue, but I'd like to kind of end it after the Highland Lehigh boundary adjustment. If we need to make some continuations on the others, we can do that. But I think that would be good to be done by 11:15. We've been here 5 hours already.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Eric said, okay, number 10. Item number 10 is the Highland Lehigh boundary adjustment. That is you, Steph.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for letting me finish this item for tonight. Before you is kind of a site map showing you the boundaries that we're adjusting, just kind of for your reference. This is kind of a step 2 in the process of the boundary line adjustment. You can see that there's kind of 2 parcels that we're going to be moving. They're owned by Highland City, but they will be moved from Lehigh City's boundaries into Highland City's boundaries right there. So prior council direction on February 21st, this was kind of step 1, where the City Council adopted resolution stating Highland City's intent to adjust its common boundaries with Lehigh City. Lehigh City also at that time, about a week later than that, also adopted a similar resolution. The background behind these 2 parcels, on July 16th, 2019, there was an agreement with Highland and Lehigh, and this was regarding the properties surrounding Dry Creek Reservoir. In March 2020, the boundary line adjustment to place the boundary in the middle of the reservoir was taken care of, but it did not address the surrounding properties. So this is what we're taking care of now. On March 30th, 2023, all of the appropriate notices were sent out for the public hearing. I have not received any public comment on this issue. So we're just recommending that you hold a public hearing and then consider the proposed ordinance to approve the boundary line adjustment. For your information, Lehigh City is also holding a similar public hearing and considering a similar ordinance. They will do that on May 9th.
So can you show the maps again, just so I totally
absolutely.
understand? Okay, I understand this one. I thought there was a piece farther west. Am I mistaken? For the gentleman that's doing the sewer extension line?
He's already in Highland.
That's what I thought. Okay, very good.
Okay. Do you have any further questions for me?
If there's no other questions, we'll now open this item up for public hearing. Public hearing is now open for the Highland Lehigh boundary adjustment. Anyone like to address the council on this? Seeing none, we close our public hearing. Bring it back to council for a motion.
I would like to make that motion. I move the City Council adopt the ordinance adjusting the common boundaries between Highland City and Lehigh City.
Second.
I have a motion by Brittany, second by Sarah. Ready for vote? Sorry. That passes 5-0. So Scott, based off of your information, do we want to move the fiber next step discussion and also, so we have the text amendment for the fences, which was a public hearing. We have a resolution for the Everbridge notification system. Does that have to be done tonight, Aaron?
I don't think so. I think it
I
can wait,
would
but it
move it
could
to the
be
next
the
meeting.
30-second item, I think, unless you have questions.
The Everbridge?
Mhm.
You had down 10 minutes, but I kind of thought it could be really fast too. Do we want to try to handle that one, or do we want to move it?
Oh, let's do Everbridge. We got 10 minutes.
Okay, Everbridge.
9. Yeah, we're down to 9.
And you got about one.
Well, actually, let me add, okay, so Rob and Stephanie, I've seen other cities open public hearings and continue them to the following meeting so that staff doesn't have to renotice it. Do you want, are you comfortable doing that with 11 and 13A, so Stephanie
What we
doesn't
would
have
do
to
is we'd
renotice?
open it, and we'd say that we're going to now continue that motion to the next council meeting. Is that what you're recommending? Okay, so let's go to actually item number 11. It's a public hearing for text amendments on fences. Do we need to have a public hearing to move it forward, or do we?
Open the public hearing, and then somebody moves to continue it to the June,
Public hearing
May
is now
16th.
open on agenda item number 11, which is a text amendment to fences. Anyone would like to come up and address? Seeing none, what would be the motion?
I move to continue that item to the May 16th meeting. I don't
And
know
the
if that's
public
actually
hearing.
the right date. Yeah, the public hearing.
Okay. Okay, we will go ahead.
Reading.
I have Brittany. Is there anyone else? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Kim is second. Do we need a vote, or just can we do vocal vote here? Do we need a? Well, okay, you got there. Okay, this is just to continue.
Mhm.
We can do
That passes 5-0. We have now also item number 12, which is a resolution of interlocal agreement for Everbridge mass notification. Aaron.
We entered into this agreement back in 2015. It's time to re-up it. Utah County actually does the agreement with Everbridge. This is our mass communication system, so the text and email alerts we send out. So this would be an interlocal with the county to continue on with them to get the bulk pricing and kind of the partnership that we get for this. We already have it in the budget. It's a 5-year contract. And we are going to push this as part of our open house to encourage people to sign up because we think it's a good thing.
If there's
And
no
that was
discussion,
everything.
There is a cost associated with it. It sounds like 3,500.
In the budget, yes.
Okay, is there discussion or motion?
I'd like to make a motion. I move that the city council approves a resolution for the mass notification interlocal cooperation agreement.
I'll second it.
A motion by Kim, second by Tim. That passes 5-0. Item number 13, which is expedited, which is the text amendment on storm drainage. At this time, we open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone who'd like to come address? We now close the public hearing. We bring it back to council for a motion.
You haven't
Oh.
closed the public hearing.
Oh,
I move
keep
that we
it open.
continue the
Okay,
public
okay.
hearing to the May 16th
Okay,
meeting.
you want to, okay. So continuation of the public hearing on item number 13 of the text amendment to storm drainage.
I'll second it.
Motion by Brittany, second by Scott on the continuation. Appreciate everyone keeping this in mind. That passes 5-0 to continue. Okay, on fiber's next steps, would we like to move that to the May 16th? Is that
Yeah, I'd like to move it to May 16th because I know there's people that are probably online that want to listen to it, but I'm sure they've popped off this week.
Okay. Is everyone okay moving that item May 16th?
I am.
Okay, we now have our future meetings. Just want to kind of run through these. On May 10th, we have the Lone Peak Public Safety District meeting at 7:30 a.m. We also have our budget open house on May 10th. Now, I thought, okay, that's the city's open house. You call it the budget open house.
You're right, it's the city open house. Sorry, semantics, but yes, city open house, the
On
party.
May 10th at 5 p.m. Now, Sarah, I believe you said you were out of town, correct? Okay. Okay. So that's on May 10th. May 16th is another, do we have a work session at 6 p.m. on May 16th?
That's when we were intending to talk to you about the long-term liabilities, like the water share assessments.
Okay. So we have a 6 p.m. meeting on the 16th. On the 17th, we will have our community budget presentation, and then we have the plan commission. A couple other things. On May 9th, you've all received an email from Mr. Joe Ham on the development over there. He set up an appointment at 2 p.m. We need to make sure we don't have more than 2 council members show up for that meeting.
Yeah.
And so and if we need to, we could do one at 2 and then another one at 3. If there's, but what council, I had 3 council members. I had
Kim and I set up the meeting for that
At
Thursday
2 p.m.
at 2 o'clock.
Sarah, you responded. Do you want to come at 3 and also, and just, I mean, at 3, they'd have another meeting that they could, okay.
And I actually volunteer too, but I can't come in. That's when I work, so I wondered what time you were doing that.
Okay, so at 2 p.m. on May 9th, and we're going to do it in the back executive room. Okay, the next one is we have the Cookie Company opening, the grand opening. That's on May 20th at 10:30. Courage Reigns is having they have a big fundraiser this weekend. You go there, it's the big derby where you can dress up in your derby clothes, the Kentucky Derby. There is some openings, if there's some council members that would like to go, we just need to let them be aware of that. Is there anyone that would like to go to the Courage Reigns fundraising dinner? It is a nice dinner. It is actually a nice event. Between 4 to 6 p.m. I would recommend you wanted to, it's a Kentucky Derby. You're going to go ready for the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, you guys had a good time with that last
I
year.
had a great time. My daughter happens to be heading out of town. I'm going to be took her to the airport that night. Okay. Okay, if we'll pass these down also, the Elevated Dentistry is also doing, first, on May 20th, are they doing something about, what's this for Elevated Dentistry? Who just handed this to me?
Garen Larson, the applicant that came for Live Bliss Beauty Lounge, brought those and asked to distribute them to y'all.
Is this a
So-
grand opening they're doing?
No, they're just
It
giving
looks like
free
it's a
dentistry.
promotion.
Okay. I'm sorry, I thought maybe it was something with the open. Anything else on the calendars we need to be aware of? If not, we'll take a motion to adjourn. You beat me. I did. Is there a
Okay,
second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are now adjourned at 11:13 p.m.